una sesión de preguntas y respuestas.
where we're going to have a session around
Dos
questions
preguntas.
and answers to
Cada
questions.
participante tendrá 2 minutos para responderla.
For each of the
Y
participants
van a
is going to have
ser
2 minutes to answer to them.
jóvenes y expertos. Al término de esto vamos a tener
Whenever they finish, we're
un
going to
diálogo entre ellos mismos, los expertos y los
dialogue
líderes,
among them,
y
the
preguntas y
young
respuestas de nuestro
and the
público
leaders.
que está conectado en esta sala del
And we
edificio
see the
inteligente del
participants
Instituto
that are
Politécnico Nacional.
participating from remote
Le voy a ceder
locations.
mi espacio al maestro Creueras aquí conmigo para que
I'm going to be the word
en
to
ese
Maestro
momento yo me
Ruedas.
retiro. Thank you so very much for everything. I will leave you to work with Drisha, that you know also from POP. And
And
yeah, we need to say that this meeting and the whole journey is organized by the POP movement, el movimiento POP.
Participan en este Congreso Nacional de Investigación en Cambio Climático, a la Coordinación Politécnica para la Sustentabilidad, Centro Interdisciplinario de Investigaciones y Estudios Superiores sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo, así como el cuarto Congreso Latino de Investigación en Cambio Climático.
Okay.
Agradecemos al maestro, a la doctora Norma Orma y a todos los participantes el día de hoy su asistencia.
Muchas gracias. Tendremos por parte de POP 3 jóvenes que ya presenté a Babi. Shivish seguramente se incorpora. Kevin está aquí con nosotros y le cederé la palabra a Drisha Patak, que es la que va a ser la facilitadora. Drisha, are you there?
This session.
Drisha?
Bien. Andaba yo perdido.
Sí.
El Waze me sacaba al otro lado.
Where's Drisha? Where is Drisha? Sorry. Here is Drisha. See you soon and have a great journey and meeting, please. Can you move a little further? Mr. Santiago can sit here together with Drisha.
So, first of all, sorry for this
Primero quiero
trouble.
disculparme tantito por la...
Sorry for the trouble. I'm Risha Pathak and I'm from the POP movement. I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of the POP movement and IPN to the Congress. I would like to welcome our extreme guests, our experts, and the young participants who have joined us from India, Ghana, and Mexico City. So the session is about energy, and we want to discuss more about the resolution to transform from carbon as a source of energy to renewables. So the discussion would focus on managing the transition to ensure quick phasing in of low emission technologies and phasing down of high emission ones. So before I give the stage to everybody, I would like to mention that this discussion is in a way where the young panelists as well as our experts will have a discussion around the topic, and we want to towards the end of the session, we want to conclude the session with an output of what is the viewpoint of the young people, how they are working on it, and how the experts can add value by mentioning and bringing out the issues that they need to focus or as they should be included in the policies as well. So our first question to our panelists would be, what is your suggested roadmap for green energy to be attained in developing countries? So most of the panelists over here are from developing countries. So it would be great to know your viewpoint on that. I would like to hand over the stage to first Mr. Manish Anand from TERI. Welcome, sir.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. But I'm not able to hear. Okay. Am I clear enough? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Namaste from India. Hi from India. So it's a pleasure to be among youth and also interacting with them. So as per the topic, it is on energy, renewable energy, phasing in. So maybe as from a developing country perspective, it is equally important, more in terms of the not only focusing on how we are moving in the renewable energy sector, so to say, or the green energy sector, but also how we are going to use the applications part of it. That is also equally important. Having said that, again, going back to the previous question on what is that which needs to be done from a developing country perspective, 2-3 points are very critical and important. First is I would like to focus on innovation, which is as most of the developing countries has set a goal for themselves in terms of how they are going to go for net zero or carbon neutral also in the distant future. So, but that is a financial and a technological challenge, and there are various possible pathways depending on the technological choices and all. But more in terms of we need to create markets like carbon markets will incentivize the adoption of clean energies and technologies, and it's picking up because as you know that currently the most of the businesses, they follow the open access strategy. So to say, they buy green energy directly. So widespread adoption of such measures like carbon markets will make the grid more complex. Therefore, in addition to policy initiatives, there is a need for measures that incentivize such efforts and also address the complex needs of the energy system through market-based prices and all. Second is the issue of investment. So this would require a significant capital, more in terms of given the infrastructural and logistics requirement. So more in terms of, say, for India to transition to net carbon neutral by 2070, the estimated investment is in that range of $10 trillion US dollars. So how we are going to mobilize the required capital? So we need sufficient investments and business models in that direction. Maybe I'll pause here and I can again deliberate on this due course.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Ivan, who is from Mexico City. He's a founder of an organization called Resilience 2020 and has been working on renewable resources. So I would like to invite him.
Good evening, Mr. Manish. Has their video stopped for you as well?
Yeah, the video has stopped.
Okay, I think they've left as well.
Maybe they have. But I can see another transmission digitals. Is it the same one?
No. I think that might be different. I'm not too sure.
So network issues on that part. You put some message, but that is in Spanish.
Okay, I think they're back. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So as I was telling you, in developing countries, it will be nice to use technologies that have low cost, but that can have greater impact. In the case of biodigesters in particular, developing countries, especially in Latin America, the residues, the urban residues usually have a high content of water. So there's a lot of pollution that we can solve at the same time that we can generate electricity or other kind of fuels from them. So this is to start with, and also to consider that photovoltaic energy is sometimes quite expensive for many people to use. So, and this is also a technology that is constantly evolving. So it will be better to start with technologies that can help us to tackle both instead of just rapidly evolving technologies. Also, something important to consider instead of wind parks or other kind of technologies is that they can have a greater impact in the environment. Sometimes for countries where there are so much biodiversity, especially about birds or other animals that can be harmed by these developments. So it's also really important to consider biodiversity in the region. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Now we'd like to invite Sir Santiago Crujeras, who is the Subsecretary of Sustentabilidad Energética Puebla, Mexico.
Bienvenido.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you all this morning, especially because it is the day in which we are joining the youth community from all over the world, and it is very exciting.
Es un gusto saber comunidades y muy emocionante ver que se reúnen para reunirlos en un punto.
I had the opportunity to be a good friend of Dr. Pachauri, who started the PUP movement a few years ago, and I'm really sorry that his daughter couldn't join us this morning. I hope she gets well very soon. I know she's participating on the next roundtable later on today. And he's been very active in taking over of most of what his dad started, and I'm really pleased to see that he's making his dad proud with the
nosotros en la próxima sesión.
And anyways, let's get into the subject.
Así que vamos al
should imagine that the first question is concerning the importance of our roadmap.
La primera pregunta tiene que ver con en la importancia de cómo nos encontramos en esta ruta.
And my guess is that in addition to what my colleagues have already mentioned, as you know,
y una de las cuestiones es como mis colegas han estado mencionando, nos encontramos en un sistema en el aspecto nacional y cómo el gobierno toma en cuenta estas propuestas.
I believe that in many developing countries, most of the energy agenda is usually concentrated in the federal government.
Creemos al mismo tiempo que este es un punto muy importante que se toma en cuenta en varios países latinoamericanos.
But my concern is that not only the federal government should take care of the energy agenda. I believe that the subnational governments should also focus on developing the energy agenda.
Okay. Y el punto es que no solo es un tema a nivel federal. sino que es uno también a nivel nacional, por lo que se está tratando de ver más allá del aspecto federal para llegar a lo nacional.
Let me clarify. Subnacional.
Subnacional.
And that's really important, because all of the youth community can participate in their own communities and in their subnational governments in developing the agendas for their states, for their municipalities, work with the local governments, and make sure that a net zero agenda is being developed, not only waiting for the federal government to develop it for them.
Se trata también de una participación mucho más relativa e incluyente que permita que la colaboración venga, como se mencionaba, de un nivel subnacional, en donde las comunidades tomen un papel participativo y que nos dejen y nos permitan, en cierta manera, ver el logro y el alcance de la inclusión de las energías más limpias.
Countries like India and Mexico, who have worked very closely in terms of developing the agenda. Terry has been a great supporter of the agenda in Mexico, and the Mexican energy sector has also been a very supportive agent of Terry. We have been working very closely in the past, and we have supported also the international agenda in different areas, such as the International Energy Agency and IPIC, the International Partnership for Energy Efficiency Cooperation at the time, with Dr. AJ Mathur at the time, and previously with Dr. Pachauri as well. And I know that Manish Anand has also been supporting this, and I'm glad to share with you that one of our goals from the very beginning, when we started also working with the G20, it was that we were willing to develop an agenda that was very inclusive of the youth, of the children. We even tried our government websites to include parts for the youth. We tried for the websites to also have areas for inviting the children to know more about how to develop the clean energy sector in their countries. And in most cases, we have also been working with the Department of Education of our countries in order to make sure that this is part of the educational agenda as well. I want to be very thankful for the Polytechnic National Institute of Mexico for hosting this virtual event. It is really important. It's one of the most important higher education institutions here in Mexico, with an impact not only in my country but in many other countries of the region and the world. And Dr. Mayagoitias and Dr. Muñoz's commitment and their teams have been working very closely with the governments in order to support the energy agenda in different parts of the country, depending on the capacities and the capabilities of each of the states and the municipalities. Let me share with you, for example, that one of the areas in which we have been working together.
Como algunas de las áreas que han transitado en esta agenda, en donde básicamente India y México comparten muchos de los puntos en donde se tienen que superar puntos de cómo transitar entre energías de alto impacto a energías de bajo impacto. Tiene que ver, pero sobre todo, perdón por la palabra, nuestras colaboraciones con instituciones educativas que puedan desarrollar e incluir mucha de la agenda y de la gente para la participación. La educación es primordial, y por eso también la agenda incluye la participación de los chicos, los niños, la gente en general, para que podamos de esta manera construir una agenda que permita logros y resultados un tanto más visibles. También queremos agradecer la participación al Instituto Politécnico Nacional por dejarnos ser parte de este congreso, y desde luego a la participación del doctor Maya Goitia, doctor Muñoz, por colaborar en los equipos que actualmente desarrollan y participan con estas ideas y que impulsan las mismas en tema de energía y de cambio climático.
Okay, I think I've been taking a lot of time of airtime, I should say, as the youth might mention. But in order to be clear, and before I finish this first part of my participation during this session, I just want to stand out the importance of planning, the importance of having an assessment of the energy capabilities in the area. Every area is different, and Mexico is a great example of that. We have some areas in the country in which we have a lot of eolic capacity. We have areas in the country where we have a lot of solar capacity, and we have other areas in which we have even geothermal capacity, which is something very rare in other parts of the world. We have hydro opportunities as well, but we must never forget the importance of transitioning. And I might suggest something that we came up with a few years ago when we were working as a team with members of different countries, and it's an idea that the International Energy Agency has also considered and has been very supportive. Energy efficiency first.
Perdón, la importancia de, no quiero dejar pasar y de mencionar la gran importancia en la planeación y de cómo hay muchas áreas en este país que aprovechan actualmente y que han transitado del paso de unas energías a otras. Es el caso en donde podemos encontrar energías eólicas o capacidad eólica de producción de energía, de capacidad solar de extracción de la misma, y otras como la bio y la geotérmica, en donde la transformación es una de las palabras claves que nos han logrado dar resultados como los habíamos previsto y que seguramente los seguirán dando, pero sobre todo como miembros de diferentes países podemos ponernos de acuerdo y lograr resultados en términos de agendas que nos permitan visualizar.
And as I was saying, energy efficiency first is really, really important. Ivan was talking about the importance of different technologies, of low carbon technologies. It is very, very important that we consider energy efficiency first. Why? Because if we don't allocate our resources for energy efficiency before we start using new renewable technologies, we might fall in even bankruptcy at some point, because we might be spending or overspending money that we shouldn't be spending if we manage to get low technologies first and make sure that we allocate our resources for energy consumption in a very efficient way.
Es muy necesario recordar que la eficiencia energética no nada más tiene que ver con el uso de esta, sino con la comprensión y desde luego la economía que se genera a través del uso de ellas. Es también ir pensando en dejar atrás energías como la del carbón, como la de quema de ciertos combustibles fósiles, y empezar a pensar en cómo las energías renovables o las nuevas pueden empezar a tomar su lugar para dejar tanto de consumir las que tienen que ver con los de alto impacto y dejar y empezar a tomar en cuenta y definitivamente usar las que tienen que ver con las de bajo impacto.
Okay, and last but not least, behavioral change. We need to change our behavior. We need to make sure that we change the way we do things. We change the way our communities behave in terms of energy. We change the way our public administrators, our academics, our doctors, our youth communities change their behavior in terms of energy. I think that's a very important transforming element if we really want to transition to net zero economies. And I'll stop there for now. I think I've taken a lot of time, and my colleagues will have more to say, I'm sure, and I will jump in again whenever they allow me. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Se cierra básicamente con esa propuesta también conductual de permitir que los cambios no solo se generen en lo escrito, sino también en la cuestión actitudinal, formando y desarrollando comunidades que los permitan, que los asimilen, que los incluyan, tomando en cuenta los cambios y la forma en cómo estos se van dando gradualmente, invitando a los jóvenes, a los académicos, a los doctores, a la sociedad en general, para que no solo los cambios tengan que ver con lo escrito, sino con hechos que sean redituables, renovables y, como lo dice el hospital, pues, con nosotros en la vida diaria. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, sir. You reflected upon some few amazing points and pointed out rightly at behavior change and education, some of the key areas that the POP is also looking into and working on. So now I would like to invite the youngest in the panel, Bhavya Mathur, who is from India. He is a producer in carbon footprint reduction organization started by a young group of students from who are in the age group of 12 to 16. I would like to invite him and ask him the question that which countries can we put out as role models and sectors in each of those countries that are working best towards the green energy goal for other developing nations, because you come from a developing nation and you have been working very actively in the area of carbon footprint reduction, plus working on your project, which I'm sure you will definitely talk about, your research project. So in respect to that, maybe you can reflect on this question. Thank you, Babu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Risha. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, depending on wherever you are from the globe. I think it's a fabulous question. Honestly, I think that getting to net zero, getting to kind of zero emissions, energy plays a massive part, right? Because energy is the thing that I think accounts for like 3/4 of all, 2/3 of all carbon emissions on the planet, right? And so kind of like reducing that is important, and especially like coming from a developing nation, India, I can speak the best about because I know what's happening here. There are a few things that I would kind of want to talk about. So recently, I was in Delhi, which is the capital city of India, and I was kind of we're driving on this highway. And if you looked on kind of either side of the highway, you would see these apartments, not very fancy apartments, not bungalows. They belong to, the workers and the laborers, and, people kind of belonging to the lower financial class. But the surprising thing was that you would see like solar panels on basically every one of those houses, right? And me and my dad were like playing a game where we had to spot a house without a solar panel because there were so many of them. And it kind of got me thinking, because see, this is very new. Like this change is very new. 10 years ago, when you kind of talked about solar panels, when you talked about green energy in any form and transitioning to it, I think the reaction was far less receptive than it is today, right? Not enough people knew about this. Not enough people were adopting it. And just in this kind of short span of time, a country like India, which has a population of like 1.3 billion people, has been able to transition so much of its energy production into renewable energy. I think, our goal for 2030 or for 2050 is to produce all of our energy through sustainable sources. And I think it's kind of important to highlight some of the key takeaways that we can have from this, because one thing is that the technology is there, right? We have efficient solar panels. We have, at this current point in time, my house is actually run by solar panels. And I can tell you that it's actually cheaper to use, green energy than it would be to buy energy from non-green sources, right? So technology is definitely there. The only kind of thing that is stopping us, and this is like an economic problem at heart, is I suppose, again, one, as Sir just rightly mentioned, is the public response, right? People need to change the way in which they view green energy. And number two, it's an economic problem, right? So if we look at India in particular, one of the things that's really helping, the developing nation, especially the people kind of implement green technology, is one, the support from the government, right? Kind of subsidizing green technology is really, really important. And I think governments kind of need to understand that in the long term, these subsidies would be really helpful for them when it comes to energy. Because if you're a developing nation, one of the things that's probably happening is you're basically getting more industry in, right? Any developing nation, you're getting more companies that are coming in, you're getting more factories that are coming in, your employment is rising, right? And with all of this, the amount of energy that's going to be required to run all of these machines, to run all of these people, it's going to go up drastically. And I think that's one of the really important takeaways from countries like India, which is that when governments subsidize energy for people, when they subsidize energy for corporates and for private organizations, it can kind of really help boost the transition away from carbon energy. Another thing I want to mention is Japan. So recently I was at a conference and we had Professor Simon C speaking, and he's the global head for NVIDIA AI. And he was speaking about the use of artificial intelligence in Japan to build wind power plants. And essentially what they've done is they've kind of used machine learning, and they've used AI, they use data, they use technology to kind of model more efficient materials, model more efficient wind plants, model more efficient policies that can be implemented. And some of the work they're doing is absolutely fantastic. So I think, these countries are definitely prime examples that we can all learn from. I'm not too sure about what the situation is like there in Mexico. I know that Ivan and Kevin, who was in this meeting, they're doing some fabulous work down there with Resilience 2020. And I'd love to hear more about what the others think of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavya. I think you are a key, your observation skills are pretty good. And the way you observe around how the policy and the government is changing and putting and implementing the right use of renewables and the best use of renewables along with the citizens is great. So I would like to congratulate you for that, and also for presenting your paper recently in one of the conferences. I would like to now ask the same question to Sir Santiago. I would like to repeat the question again for you. Which countries can we put out as role models and sectors in each of those countries that are working best towards the green energy goal for other developing countries? Over to you.
La pregunta es, ¿qué países consideras tú pueden ser líderes o ser tomados como líderes en los sectores, en aquellos en los que otros países como de latinoamericanos aún no son partícipes en temas de energías renovables?
Well, I think that there are many countries in Latin America, if we just focus on the Latin American region, that might have a leadership role. I should say that Mexico was very, very active and strong in developing a strong and very consolidated agenda for the country, with a clear path, mainly focusing on 4 pillars. The first pillar was energy production, the second one, energy consumption, the third one, energy efficiency, and the fourth one, energy storage. So I would like to start with Mexico as one of the leading countries in the region for doing that.
Me gustaría decirles que básicamente sí hay países latinoamericanos que están tomando el liderazgo en la producción de estas energías, y que México es uno de ellos que toma el papel de actuación importante, somos muy activos, somos consolidados, tenemos una agenda que nos lo permite. Ese es el caso en el que menciono 4 de los grandes pilares en los cuales participamos con esto. El primero es el de producción de energía, el segundo es el de consumo de energía, el de energía eficiente, el tercero, y el cuarto el de podríamos llamarlo almacenamiento de energía. Gracias.
Okay. In addition to Mexico, there are other countries that have been developing their agendas. Countries like Chile have also been very active in their energy agendas. Peru has also started an energy transition. I had the opportunity to serve as an evaluator of their energy agenda a few years ago. They worked on a first roadmap, and the roadmap was revised later after a few years based on their own commitment in their works in energy transitions. Obviously, there are other countries in the world, not only in the Latin American region, that have been working in their energy transitions. I shouldn't even forget about mentioning my colleagues from India, as I have mentioned before. They have been leading very important projects with the support of some of the development banks. I had the opportunity to join India and Terry's team in a very important event in the organizing of energy transitions in terms of public lighting, for example, with the World Bank at the time. And also India has been very well known for developing one of the most and greatest projects in energy efficiency with some of the development banks, not only the World Bank, but also other banks that are very supportive.
Quisiéramos mencionar también que nuestros compañeros en Latinoamérica que han desarrollado o siguen desarrollando agendas de transformación energética, como Chile, cuyos proyectos están dando frutos en términos de estas agendas en las cuales hablábamos. Los cambios se están dando. Países que transicionan o transitan, evaluadores como Perú, que están haciendo su trabajo. Hace algunos años podemos ver la oportunidad de cómo ellos iniciaban sus proyectos y que ahora pues ya muchos de ellos se han concretado. Muchos de los países, algunos de nuestros compañeros en Latinoamérica ya toman parte activa. No quiero olvidar a India, que desde luego en trabajo junto con el Banco del Mundo ha desarrollado políticas que permiten la inclusión, pero también el desarrollo de nuevas estrategias políticas y económicas que beneficien de estas transiciones.
And there are other countries that are more developed than some of the developing countries, like the United States, China, the Northern European countries, some of the other European countries like Germany and France, that have been catalyzers for the energy transition agendas in many developing countries. I think they have to be recognized as well for their support, and many of their development agencies have worked very closely with many of the governments in developing countries in order to make sure that the energy transition agendas are very well developed, the strategies are very well strategized, and we have clear goals from the very beginning. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Gracias. Y es que me gustaría mencionar que también países como Estados Unidos, China, el norte de Europa, ya se han sumado a estos cambios en las agendas, pero sobre todo funcionando y participando como catalizadores, generando los cambios, siendo los líderes y proponiendo muchas de estas tecnologías que hoy por hoy, pues bueno, nos dan la pauta a seguir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us for the session. It was great to know the experiences of different countries, as well as the roadmap that we can take up, the observation made by young people, the work that they are doing. And I would like to congratulate them for their tremendous efforts. And with the guidance of the researchers, the policymakers, I think we can make it work even better. So with that hope, I would like to close the session and would like to acknowledge all my panelists as well as experts, Dr. Santiago, Dr. Manish, Evan, Bhavya, and Chibeze, who couldn't join us because of some network issues, but I think he is now with us. So in case you want to say something, Chibeze, I would like to hand over you for a minute, and then we can close the session. Chibeze.
Participes de nuestra agenda.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was actually online, but I think
recording in progress.
So I step back a bit. So I'm with you. I'm about to do some introduction.
So Chibeze is a climate activist. He is from the Strategic Youth Network for Development from Ghana, and he is actively working on various levels to mobilize the young people and to build their capacities. So Chibeze, we covered most of the content, but unfortunately we are short of time now. So I would like to ask you to maybe sum up your experience in a minute or so, and so that we can close the session. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Would you like to say something?
Okay, no, I thought you were going to ask me some questions. That's why I'm waiting for.
Okay, no, so we actually discussed about the roadmap or the suggested roadmap that you think we can attain to have green energy from the point of view of developing countries. So would you like to add some comments to it?
Yes. Okay, so good evening from Ghana, and thank you for this privilege to share some few thoughts on the issue and the discussion. So on that particular issue, I think that what is more crucial for us is that we have a lot of potential in Africa to jump towards the green economy, but a couple of things are quite critical or essential to make that happen. One is about funding, which is very critical to leapfrog into that particular economy. In terms of funding, to make it quite practical and also pragmatic, I think that we can't always depend on the developed countries for funding because they also have their own issues to grapple with. So what I would suggest or propose strongly is that if in Africa, based on the revenues that we are obtaining from our fossil fuel industry, so we can earmark some part of those resources and invest those money into renewable energy development so that over time, we can have our own resources to research and develop our own renewable energy resources. So that would be my first suggestion on that score. And secondly, also the need to build capacity of technicians, of scientists who can be in a better position, to not only to develop or to acquire these technologies, but we want to manage them. So we are guaranteed or we are sure that we are the right personnel to manage these technologies. So basically, in the interest of time, I will talk about making conscious effort to put some monies down from the fossil fuel, investments, and then have enough money to develop our own renewable energy sources, and also at the same time also consciously build capacities of personnel to manage that sector. So those would be my two recommendations in the interest of time.
Thank you, Chibeze. I think for developing countries, the point that you mentioned, which is related to the economic issues, is a key. That is a challenge for most of the countries to meet the requirements. And thank you for rightly pointed out on that. I'm so sorry for all the glitches that happened and you were not able to join the session on time. But thank you for your valuable inputs on the discussed issue. With that, I would like to close the session, and the next session is on climate change, the roundtable on climate change, where we'll have again a group of experts and the young panel. So you all can join us on that session. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
They're so unorganized, like it's so unbelievable. Like, I mean, they were supposed to get back according to the timeline, and we kept on following up and everything.
All the follow-up,
yeah. And the thing is, apparently sometime last week they have made the announcements, but they have really not intimated the NGOs, research institutes. We came to know about it through a state government, who interacted with us. Who interacted with us, like for WSDS. So it's oh, sorry, this thing. It's way too much of light. So they have made their decisions, and ultimately they gave the state government the choice, and they didn't go by that process at all. That's weird. So they gave the state government the choice of, that there are too many applications. We don't have the time to sort of shortlist. So you go with whichever organization you want to, etc. So so then we got approached by a state government, but then Terry had already gotten approached by another state government, and so then Terry wasn't eligible to go with this. So then of course our team kind of never got involved, because there was some other state government which had approached some other team with whom they were doing a project. So yeah, it's very, very like it's bad. Like, I mean, on one hand you feel sorry for the environment ministry that they don't have that capacity, clearly. And I mean, it's so bad that we get requests from people to prepare draft briefings for the ministers. I mean, that's the kind of level of capacity that we, I mean, so we even get requests for parliament questions. We are not a government institute, right? Terry is not a government institute that to respond to parliament questions.
Unbelievable.
So, yes.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. No, so actually, like, we were, in fact, like, this is just last week, and clearly, like, we thought that we'll anyway check, but clearly that's not happening. This whole India Pavilion business is really not happening. And they've really clearly decided to go with some other approach than what was there in the call. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can be sure these guys are, it's unbelievable how disorganized. And, we do have people from POP going to COP, but yeah, I'm not going, and it's just been chaotic like this. There are other instances where we have people going, and it's been such a big mess. It's just unbelievable. It's very disorganized, and I don't know what it's going to be like there.
Yeah, in any case, I mean, people were not having that many expectations from COP27, but of course, COP28 will be the more significant one because of the fact that it's going to be in UAE, it's going to be a year before the US elections. Mm-hmm. And of course, like right now, there is a bit of the lull also because of the Ukraine situation. So it's also that, but no, it's been chaotic. I mean, we've applied for our visas. Like I'm supposed to be there the second week.
Are you?
Because yes, I'm going. I'll be there in the second week. We have one official side event with UNFCCC, and I mean it's under that UNFCCC side event. Mm-hmm. And one we are doing with one of the Egyptian organizations. With
And so the second week is when you will be there.
Yes, second week is when I'll be there. Yes.
Yeah.
So anybody from POP, I'd be happy to meet them.
I'll definitely make the connections. This is very important, actually. Very, very good to know this. So let me connect you with them already.
Sure.
On WhatsApp, so that.
We're still waiting for our visas, and one never knew that will take so much of time. But
fingers crossed it will happen. I don't think that you'll. I know you may have uncertainty till the nth hour, but it'll happen ultimately. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah.
No, I mean, at least this time, at least UNFCCC has been a bit better, because last year, even with the official side event of UNFCCC, it was crazy. And of course, last year was the first COP, post the pandemic. In the pandemic.
Yes, absolutely.
It was even crazier.
Yeah, I was part of the previous panel. I just wanted to say hi to all of you. Hi, Ash.
Hello. Good to see you.
In a long time, but hopefully I'll see you in a few days. I'm stopping.
I really look forward to it.
In New York, as I said, in a few days. We are opening the Sustainability and Climate Change Institute at the Harvard University. So that's great success. We managed to get someone to support the new center with 250 million. So we were talking about the importance of youth communities and youth development. So we'll have a center at Harvard University that will be supporting what POP does and what Dr. Pachauri mentored us a few years ago. So anyways, we'll be talking about that. Great to see you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Greatly look forward to it. Congratulations. Thank you.
Gracias, Santiago.
Doctora. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Good morning. So good to see you. Hi, Drisha.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So I'll just check whether they have started the recording or not, and I'll be back. Give me a second.
Okay, sure thing. Shelly.
Movimiento. Bob.
Movimiento. Hola.
Recording in progress.
It's coming.
Okay, we're streaming now.
Hello, good morning, all of you. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of IPN and the Protect Our Planet movement. Today, this is the second session of the day, and we just finished up our roundtable discussion on energy. This session will be about climate change, and we will look into the issue of how we can create a roadmap to take better climate action. As the theme suggests, the game-changing climate action plan. We have our experts and a group of young people from the POP movement who will be talking about and commenting and discussing about the issue of climate action. So I would like to first invite Dr. Ash Pachori, our senior mentor from the Protect Our Planet movement. We are a family, and all of your family members are sitting across the room in Mexico today. We miss you. We hope that we see you soon. But just to mention that we all are sitting over here and would like to welcome you. And we have Dr. Norma also with us, who is guiding us to do the best and make the discussion meaningful. So I would like to welcome you first. Then we have our second guest, Shelly Kedia, who is our honorary Pop Youth mentor and a researcher at the Energy Resource Institute, New Delhi, India. Our third panelist is Kevin Morales, who is a co-founder of Resilience 2020 and also a Pop Youth mentor. We have Meda Ho from Uganda, who is a Pop Youth mentor from Africa region and also currently doing her research in IPN on the issue of youth activism. Then we have Anna Henhausen, co-founder of Vido application. I'm sure she will be talking about her recently launched application in the panel as well, because it's very, very important for the youth to be connected to technology to make this work. She's also our Pop Ocean mentor. So with that, I would like to welcome all of you. And we'll start our discussion with our first question, which is, how is COP's agenda a leading factor in taking climate action? And for that, I would like to first invite Dr. Shelly Kedia from TERI to start the discussion, please.
Thanks, Trisha, for that question, and thanks to IPN and Pop Movement for having me here. I hope I'm audible. Okay, thank you so much for confirming that. So firstly, before we go to COP27 and what we can expect and why is it important, we must sort of begin by highlighting that the science is very clear, and the message coming from science is very, very clear that we are clearly running out of time. If we look at the recent IPCC reports, it's very clearly highlighted that that climate change is happening, and even the 1.5 degrees. The impact of climate change to the 1.5 degrees is very catastrophic, and that certainly is something, when we talk about the climate negotiations, the important thing is looking at the temperature goal by the end of the century. And according to what in the last COP26, whatever the commitments were made, we are still in a pathway, assuming that those will be fulfilled. We'll still be in a 2.4 degrees pathway, and that's going to be really clearly and very highly catastrophic when it comes to climate impacts. Even if we look at the data from the working group 1, and we look at the highest probability of achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius, and we assume the annual, even if we assume the annual average of 40 gigatons CO2 per year, then also we just have about 7.5 years, to kind of exhaust our current carbon budget. So I think the first point going towards COP or any of these global deliberations is time is running out, and we have to be very cognizant of that. And so that's the first thing I'd want to highlight. The second thing, going towards COP, which is important, and it is not just the COP agenda, is that we're living in a very different type of world, a different type of environment. Of course, we had the COVID, and now we have the conflict situation involving Ukraine and Russia, and we've seen the impacts on energy security. Many countries in Europe are now talking about having their coal plants up because the winter's approaching. And so we see this, it is such an irony, because in the last COP, in COP26, what we saw was, this whole lobby and this whole big agenda about, being fossil fuel free, coal free, and really pushed by countries who are now kind of going back on their promise, of course, because of the conflict situation. So we're really like going into COP27, considering these very difficult circumstances, and also the food security related issues. So there's going to be a lot of issues in regions, in countries, which which will in fact sadly not put climate change in a very high priority by government. And despite the fact that we keep on saying that climate change is the most defining security challenge, or it's a challenge for the entire planet, not just human but non-human species. And COP27 to me is an important COP, and also for the perspective of youth, I feel while last COP was considered to be, the whole expectation was that it's going to be an adaptation COP, there was an agenda that was set up, taking forward the provisions of Paris Agreement, that there's going to be a global goal on adaptation process, the GLAS process, or the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh process, which will culminate in the global goal on adaptation in COP20 by COP28, which is going to be in UAE. And I think that's going to be a very important, we really do hope that this is an area which sees progress. It's very important to see progress in this area, because next year we need to have some metrics on adaptation before the global stocktake, so that it is taken into account when there's the stocktake process in place. So I think this is going to be one area, very important area, where youth has to play a role. And what is a global goal on adaptation? It has to be concrete, even if it is about, let's say, ensuring that there are universal enablers, such as universal access to, let's say, climate information or weather information. So this is just some concrete thing which we can, and the universality is important, not just at the country level, but at the people's level. So because what we have seen is the regime which was put into place from 92 has been very countries focused. We have to be people focused now, because we are seeing that there are countries which have so many vulnerable, which have segments of vulnerable people. And, it's just because, the country falls in a certain bracket, the people are left behind. And even within the existing mechanisms, what we see is the benefit really does not reach to the most vulnerable sectors of the society, for example, including MSMEs. We did a study at TERI recently and saw that, a lot of the climate finance was really not flowing to these vulnerable sectors at all. I mean, for whatever little bit is there. Of course, going to COP27, the trust factor will be important when it comes to climate finance. And clearly, the important fact is that even if you look at the latest report, or the last report by the Standing Committee on Finance on the needs of developing countries, it is clearly so much more. It's to the volume of about $5 to $7 trillion, and that's clearly like a gigantic number. And that too, this is less than 50% of their needs that has been recorded in their respective communications to UNFCCC. So definitely climate finance will be an important agenda as well. But I think what is also going to be a very important agenda is a loss and damage agenda. And hopefully this COP is something which will be a loss and damage COP, is also an expectation, at least in the kind of stakeholder groups we've engaged with. Because you saw clearly the floods in Pakistan this year, the heat waves early this year. So clearly what we see is, and what we are seeing in reality is that even adaptation perhaps might not be sufficient. Now one will have to start talking about loss and damage, and at least use that as an important item to rally around it, and it's not just like sort of talking about loss and damage, Warsaw mechanism is on the agenda of COP27, and that's where we just talk, it's a technical space. That's not enough. We have to start talking about loss and damage finance and finance mechanisms. So yes, I think just very broadly, the global goal on adaptation is going to be important. Climate change will continue to be important. And more importantly, what we see also from the COP27 presidency website is that loss and damage will be an important agenda. One final thing I'd want to say is, because in many ways we consider ourselves as part of civil society, is that when we are sort of talking about, going to COP27 or even not going there like in person, but really sort of engage in the discussions around it. I mean, we need to also be very innovative in what we are asking for, because one can start talking about, we often sort of become very reactive, and the developed world puts into place certain agendas, but it's high time that we start putting that, we start putting loss and damage, we start putting things like debt restructuring, we start putting things like, okay, there are limits to market instruments. So we have to start like a very meaningful debate about it. And the youth can play a very important role in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shelley. I think you brought out really important point of discussions, and also for us as youth to work on maybe while creating more platforms for interaction or more discussion panels on such issues. So thank you so much for those important pointers. And now I would like to invite Anna Henhausen to please share with us what she thinks should be COP's agenda and leading factor in taking climate action.
Thank you, Drisha. And I completely agree with everything that Shelley has shared with us. I think this is a great importance, right? We always talk about loss and damage, and it's not really taken seriously, and there are no specific actions that come out of different conferences. So I think really focusing on that on this COP would be really important. I think this opportunity to vinculate different countries so that more developed countries can support lower developed countries in order for them to achieve their goals could also be something very important in order to achieve the conditional NDCs that these countries have agreed to, right? Because these changes from a non-conditional to a conditional NDC could really mean a lot in terms of reduced emissions and reduced climate change. I think something that would also be really important is to create more effective policies, so to reduce emissions and to take them more seriously, right? To really act and make politics around the needs of the people and ensuring a sustainable future for all without being influenced by maybe other economical factors that right now seem important, but in the long-term future will not play as an important role as the survival of all the species would, right? I also think youth activism, and I think this is a common theme and among the people in the panel here that we will talk about, is going to be of uttermost importance as well, because these younger voices and more neglected voices have a lot to say. They have a lot to bring to the table, not only raising their voices against what is happening incorrectly within their countries, but also proposing effective solutions that need to be taken more seriously. I know my fellow panelists will have more to add on that, so I'll leave it there so they can also add their comments.
Thank you so much, Anna. I would like to invite Dr. Ash now, because we really want to know that what can the youth do, and he has been mentoring all of us. So I would like to have his point of view on how is COP agenda a leading factor in taking climate action.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by saying I'm very proud that today we're sort of celebrating the POP movement, where POP stands for Protect Our Planet, as part of this very important Congress. So my congratulations to Dr. Norma and Dr. Maya Goitia at IPN and the entire POP family. Thank you very much, Trisha, Como, Meda, Hermano, Kevin, and Anna also for bringing your voices to the fore. And thank you, Shelley, for your wisdom and your values. This is truly an important day, and I am very happy to be able to comment about the role of young people, particularly where the COP is concerned. And I just want to step back and say that, the vision behind the POP movement was exactly sort of some of underscores the points that all the voices so far have alluded to, and that is, after an extensive period of working on the science, and Shelley highlighted the science is absolutely uncontestable. The science is clear. Our window of opportunity is small, and it's shrinking even more rapidly than we had originally thought, perhaps. But what is important is that we need to focus. We need that science, that knowledge to inspire action, and that's where the POP movement comes in. The idea is that we're able to work with the youth of the world to take action on the issues of climate change. And I just want to bring up, with respect to the COP in particular, the idea behind having the youth at the center of the POP movement is, one, we have 1.8 billion young people in the world. And so that's a very, very important group and a very substantive group to work with. The other thing is, of course, we know that climate change and the impacts of climate change will be borne, by young people, particularly because, it's the future of the youth that's at stake. But also, young people have the ability to inspire change within communities, among neighbors, families, and in schools with teachers. So while we are focused on youth, the important thing is that young people have the ability to propel change at a larger level as far as communities go. Teachers and parents and grandparents and everybody. What we hope very much is that the COP will be able to recognize the role of youth as actors and leaders in taking the action that is much needed to, like Shelley and Anna have already touched on, mitigating, adapting, dealing with the loss and damage, all of those things. And not just merely being entities that are present at the COP to talk about problems without bringing solutions to the fore. And through the POP movement, we know very well that, especially as our tagline reads, it's youth inspired by knowledge. That knowledge is leveraged to not just identify what local issues are as far as climate and the impacts and the need for adaptation, dealing with all of those issues, but also engaging communities at a larger level to identify practical solutions and then implement them. And we have cases at the POP movement, and there are others as well, but I just want to say there are young people all over the world that are taking action as we speak. And I would like very much for us to be able to leverage the COP as an opportunity to meaningfully engage young people as leaders in terms of taking action and making decisions in terms of facilitating that action. And I think that's where the move needs to be, because unfortunately, and we know that that has tended to happen, where young people have been sort of perceived as a group that is out there at the COP, shouting slogans, talking about problems, blaming, but not participating meaningfully in taking that action. And I just want to say that this is something that we keep very close to our heart at the POP movement. And we would like very much that this is magnified, amplified, and absorbed within a system, where the COP is concerned, so young people can be at the table as part of that decision making and also be on the forefront in terms of taking action. And again, with youth, will move communities. We need everybody to be a part of this. And so I just want to say that we need to be decisive. We need to take action, and we need to have commitments that are then followed through. And I want to add just one other point to what Shelley flagged, and a range of different things that you brought up, Shelley. But what I want to say also is, in light of the tremendous displacement as we're living through so many catastrophic climate events, climate migration and climate refugees, the resulting impact and the impact on peace, conflict and peace will be something that we really, really need to tackle. And I think will perhaps be one of the issues that will be at the forefront of this. And of course, it impacts young people and it impacts larger communities too. But yes, I think that we need to have not just the action, but the voices and the decision-making of young people from around the world. And I'm proud to say that we will have people from the COP movement who will be at the COP. And yes, and we're looking forward to something tangible in terms of follow-up. But again, our window of opportunity is small and it's rapidly closing. And so therefore, this is truly a compelling moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ash. Can we request you to take off your mask because this is streaming live and it would be great if people can see our senior mentor live on.
Sorry, apologies. You know, I'm in a place where I wasn't expected to be, and there's people around here, so I'm kind of stuck. But if I can move away, I will. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Drusha, and apologies.
Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Meda. Would you like to comment on how COP's agenda is a leading factor in taking climate action and bring up some Africa perspective into light?
Thank you so much, Drisha. I would like to commend Shaylee and Dr. Ash for those amazing comments that you've had on this question. So I'll go straight away to react and second some of the reactions that have been said and bring in the African perspective as well. So for starters, I would like to talk about the aspect of science and of the science and arts sector in bringing the COP's agenda to light. So there's one thing that we need to acknowledge. Science and arts cannot work separate. We need both of them to be brought and acted upon in order for us to have change that would appreciate. So we are having so many innovations. We are having so many ideas coming on board, but what's the whole point of all these ideas coming up? Yet the aspect of civic education, the aspect for the need to realize why exactly someone is taking a current kind of education. I'm studying environmental engineering, I'm studying medicine. You need to acknowledge the fact that there is need for you to bring change from a certain perspective for climate action. So just because scientists do exist doesn't mean we can't have scientists who do not understand law, doesn't mean we do not have scientists who should and who shouldn't understand the aspect of activism. It means more if they are able to intertwine, have both agendas of the scientists and arts appreciated. And that's something that is actually dragging in Africa because we are, and it's common, I think, in Latin America as well, whereby the science students are the creme de la creme of everything. And then the art students are regarded as those who haven't been to school. And it's very hard for them to get jobs. Yet in reality, it is these art students who are pushing for the policies to be acted upon. In reality, it's these art students who are promoting the aspect of civic education and making scientists realize that even if you are in a certain career lane, you have to understand the dynamics of dealing with humanity and relating in a social sector with people. So I think that's something that COP needs to bring to light in our institutions and also with various leaders on board. And then we also need to focus on smart action. Yes, UN has put a time frame of 2030, but 2030 cannot be a time frame we can rely on if there isn't smart action. We are having all these ideas coming up, but I do not trust that it will be attained unless smart action will be put in place. So we have all these ideas on board, very amazing ideas, but how exactly are we implementing it? So that's something that I would call into place. And then access to information. I'm more of like reacting to everything that had been said, so that I don't have any new ideas. So access to information. So access to information is something I really did second and acknowledge, because we keep saying ignorance is bliss, but it ain't bliss when knowledge is attained. Once you get to know how something is affecting lives, once you get to know how something is affecting development, you won't feel good at all about your ignorance. So to me, I feel that information must be made available, but also how is it being put out for the people to access it? For example, young people, I've kept on saying this, that information on climate change is very crucial for society. But then how is the information getting out to young people? It's put out as a form of boring piece of news. Actually, whenever you watch information on climate change, you'll just feel like sleeping off. It's like a lullaby. Yet it's something very crucial. And I think we need to work on the way that information on issues to do with climate change is put out. And then the other issue is on climate finance. So around May, UN Women put out something on how only 3% of women and girls are able to obtain philanthropic funding for climate action. So this makes me wonder, if we really want to put climate leadership or put climate action to a certain momentum without supporting both genders or looking out for these women who are having their efforts to attain climate action, how exactly are we going to have an all-round impact? Because 3% is so low a number to focus on. So it's something that needs to be put into consideration, gender inclusion and consideration when putting out funds. And here I'm seeing only philanthropic funding. So other organizations need to come in to support these women as well. And then the aspect of importance of planning, this is an idea I got from the first session on energy, the importance of planning and multi-sectoral engagement in this path of addressing the issue of climate change is very important. I'll talk about Mexico later on, but in Africa, we are having this thing of whereby we have the law that gives room for multi-sectoral engagement, but then the implementation, you know, it's a really nice structure out there, but then implementing the structure is what we need. So this is something that we need to understand cannot be attained by just government, cannot be attained by just climate activists, cannot be attained by just youth coming on board, protesting. And we need to realize that it's a conjoint effort. And unless we realize that, then I'm afraid our impact would not be solid as we expect it to be. And then the other idea that I got from the first session was behavioral and mindset change. So this is something that our generation needs to actually work on big time, because it's something that I'll come and react in the question I'll be asked later on. But right now, we have to change the mindset of so many young people and rechannel their energy towards a certain direction. You see, young people have so much energy, but then that energy cannot be put into right use unless you channel it towards a certain direction. So, and it's not a cupcake or something that will wake up and just attain within a snap of a finger, but it's once mindset is worked on, of young people especially, then I do believe that the journey to attaining climate action is promising. And more of like acknowledge the aspect that we need to put young people potential and display. we need to acknowledge the need to put young people's potential to display. And I would like to commend the pop movement for doing that, as we're successfully able to notice young talent in Africa during the Pop African Festival around June this year. And it felt so good seeing people doing their first climate action projects, like as if they had been climate activists for the rest of their lives before. Yes. If I start talking, I'll take the entire day. I would like to yield the floor back.
Thank you so much, Mira. Can you switch your mic? I think you brought out a lot of points, commenting on how, like, what are the challenges for young people, not just in developing nations or some continent, but on a whole at for different regions. And this is very, very, very important. Now we would like to move on to the second question, because we are in Mexico City at IPN. We would like to take a question very, very specific to Latin America. And that is, what would you comment about the agenda of implementation of XII Agreement in Latin America? It spells as ESCAZU. I would like to invite Dr. Norma Patricia to please throw some light on this, please.
Thank you, Drisha. Well, the XII Agreement is a regional agreement for Latin America and the Caribbean region. And it's mainly focused on three topics. One is the access to information. Second is the public participation. And the third is the access to environmental justice in general. What we are talking about is the main objective of XII Agreement is to guarantee the full and effective implementation of rights for people, for social, civil society. And why? Because in Latin America and the Caribbean, people is not used to participate in many events or in many decisions because they consider that they will not, nobody will listen to them. Then this agreement is trying to engage people and to let know people that they can be in these decisions if they get access to the information, environmental information, of course. Like Amira said, you have a lot of information in the web. You need to go to the points where you get the best information, scientific information, or becoming from the organizations that they are devoted to that. Secondly, the public participation in decision-taking is very important. We know that the public policies are a matter of the government. They are the ones who take decisions, but we need to have the way to participate in those decision-making because it's very important. The civil society, when it's not considered in the decision, they reject every decision that the government is taking by nature. And secondly, is the environmental justice. We are talking about environmental justice since many years ago, maybe, but in our countries, it's something like, I don't know exactly what that means. Then we need to reinforce civil society to know that we have environmental justice, climate justice, and you can be inside those like a roadmap. You need to have access to information, you need to participate, and you need to demand this environmental justice for everyone. And very simple, I will tell you about the COPs. I have my own opinion because since 2016, I was going, except for the pandemic, to the COP every year. Beautiful decisions, beautiful documents, beautiful meetings, but at the end, take a look what is going on with the sustainability and Agenda 2030. After 35 years of the first Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, we're still moving about Agenda 21 first, the Millennium Goals, and then Agenda 2030, and now we are talking to achieve Agenda 2030 in 2040. means that in 35 years, we are talking about sustainability and a little more because the term sustainability is from the 80s, not from the 90s. And nothing is happening really in actions. For that reason, I think that it's very important to really move ahead because that window of opportunity that Dr. Ash is talking all the time is now reducing. We don't have not even, I think, 7 years. We need to really take action now. And for that, I'm very happy to see that we have youth pushing, youth organizing. It's the first time that I see for the COP really very large groups around the world taking action for Egypt. I hope that will happen something. I am really confident, but I'm not really sure that this time will be like this. And we need to talk and to talk and to say and to say and to reinforce all what we know as an adults that was happening on the COPs, that is happening in our skills, in our institutions, in the daily life. We need to put it out. We need to talk about. We need to learn about. And then that is what the Escazú Agreement is trying to do in Latin America and the Caribbean region, is to give some tools to the civil society to make them understand that we can, and we can, and youth can. Thank you so much. Thank you, Risha.
Thank you so much, Dr. Norma. Now I would like to invite Kevin to please comment on the same question. What do you think about the Escazú Agreement in Latin America?
Thank you very much. I would say that I agree with Dr. Norma, and if I put in a summary, I would say that it is failing. Let me tell you why it happened, the Escazú Agreement. So let's remember that in 1992, we have this major worldwide event in Rio de Janeiro, in Latin America. And we had this compromise, worldwide compromise, to make a huge movement, government compromise, companies compromise, and we lack a little bit of society, civil society. But eventually, governments and companies were there. And since then, practically almost nothing has happened. So the Escazú Agreement happened again in Latin America as a reminder that we need to do something about it. And it happened actually in one of the big countries in Latin America, not big, I mean in size, but in environmental action. Actually, it's the leader of all the countries in Latin America that is promoting ecotourism, which is Costa Rica. So it is really important that to consider as well. From the 3 points that Escazú Agreement were heading, I think 2 of them are failing. The first one is information. So let's put as an example, what happened in COVID-19? How many people died in the whole world through COVID-19? And what happened in media? Every single day worldwide, we had hours and hours of information, and everyone was telling what's going on, and a lot of money was involved on it as well, political decisions and everything. But what happened in climate change in Latin America and worldwide? Almost nothing. You can see that, for example, Amazon fires that we had in 2018 and 2019, they were shocking worldwide. We talked a lot for about a month about them, and then nothing. We can see that with droughts in North America, in Canada, US, and Mexico. And once it starts raining, no one talks about them. And so why are we failing at information? As Mira said, it is because it is boring. Climate information is being boring and no one is getting interested about it. So actually they just talk for brief moments instead of focusing it as we did with COVID-19. So, and that's also to blame on media and obviously society pressure on the media. So they need to be committed to talk more about it and to make them understand, and all the people in the whole world understand that we are facing a big challenge, that in less than 8 years, we need to do something or we are going to be run out of possibilities and we're reaching the tipping point. And well, then disasters will going to be huge. Now we're having them, but will be huge, more huge. So The other one that I feel is failing is environmental justice. And we can see that a lot of environmental leaders are being killed because of their pressuring governments or companies. And I would say this is happening as well because of the leaders that we pick. So normally, politicians decide to use the environmental theme just in those moments where elections are coming in democratic countries, like most of them in this continent, and they use this as so they can win an election. But we don't see what they did before. So once they get to be in power, they just don't do anything about it, and that's really important for us as youth to try to see what they did before and what are the real commitment they are taking into account, and not only to win an election. And this is really important because if not, then youth will fail. And the third point of the Escazú agreement, I think, is the one we're winning and the one that it's promising, which is to be more active, more engaged youth and the whole world to be committed with the situation that we're living. And we can see that with COP27, youth being involved. And we can see with organizations such as Pop Movement, making worldwide youth in order to do their own environmental projects and make a huge impact in order to together save our world. So in that case, Escazú agreement, bringing tools to youth, I think, is the one we are actually winning. And that's the one that is promising. We can't judge probably Escazú agreement in because right now, because it just is active since last year. So it's really, really short, the time that have been actually happening, although it was signed before. But we don't have time. So it's time to do it. It's time as youth to push it in order for governments to actually, they sign to be committed to actually do something about it so that we can actually save our world in less than 8 years.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, Dr. Norma, for specifically talking about the Escazú agreement. Now, we would like to go on to the last question. What is your current stand of youth inclusion in specifically, because we have members from Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So we would want all of you to comment on this question. And I would first like to invite Shelley to throw some light on that.
Yeah, I think definitely youth has a very important role to play. I mean, like when we talk about climate negotiations, there are two aspects to it. One is this whole international dimension, how, what are the big, larger moral issues, normative issues, which the world should be moving towards, whether it is about, this whole question about the climate, about climate finance, but also ensuring that, that adaptation and loss and damage are high on the agenda. So this is like this whole international dimension to it, and youth needs to play that role to ensure that normative, on the normative front, the deliberations move in the right direction. And here youth can do several things. They can engage with, of course, UNFCCC, but also there are many other forums and many other, groups to engage with, quite apart from UNFCCC. Engage with like the other major groups like G77 in China, the like-minded developing countries. There are so many groups that youth can engage to in a much stronger sense than just apart from the UNFCCC and just following the negotiations. So youth need to reach out to these groups. And quite apart from UNFCCC, the negotiating groups, and the ones which have come with some positions, youth can also engage with forums like G20, which are becoming more and more influential, even in the climate discourse. So that's there on that international normative front. But the fact remains that whatever, is deliberated at the international level, and Professor Norma highlighted that there's really very little that is taken forward, or that has been taken forward over the years. So in any case, there is still need for bottom-up action. There is. You can't just wait for something to work out at the international level. Simultaneously, you have to work and show demonstrated positive solutions that have worked, on the ground. So those two need to be showcased and upscaled. So that is the other important aspect, which youth can play a very important role, because on one hand, it is very important that the moral compass is moving in the right direction. The normative directions are correct, and all the important issues, climate justice, climate equity, is there on the radar. But also, it is important to not really kind of fall or just rely only on international, what is really going to come as an outcome decision at the international level. But it's high time that that we just focus on action, and youth is actually doing a pretty good job there, and they need to be further empowered to do that, and they need to empower others, including the adults, to do that. They need to be that inspiration, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Now I would like to ask Anna if she would like to comment on.
Yes, definitely. I think this topic is so important and so interesting. And I think if I may add, as during the introduction, Drisha mentioned, something we realized when we started with U is that a lot of the youth in Latin America wanted to take action. And this came from two specific points of view, from me and from Dani, who is the co-founder of the project. On one side, I had been working with the pop movement, with Plastic Oceans, with different NGOs. And the first questions we always got whenever we had a panel or a discussion were, how can I join? What can I do? What's the next step, right? On the other hand, Dani realized that there was a big need for more effective tools to take climate education to action, because we needed tools that really help people transition from, okay, I know what is happening, what can I do about it? So with this in mind, we decided to create an app to help people understand the role they play in the climate and water crisis. It's specifically focused on Mexico so that we can give them targeted solutions based on their lifestyles. And we showcase to them different actions that they can take at a personal or at a community level. Because what we believe is that everyone can really make a difference through their small actions. For example, yesterday I heard this sentence and I thought it really fits here. It's nothing changes if no one changes. So I think we are really that first step needed. But however, whenever we bring everyone who's taking action together and we focus them towards the same goal and towards the same speaking out towards the same problems, we can really have more actions at a higher level, right? So maybe governments can also start changing, companies can also start changing, and we can really create this snowball effect where from our collective actions, we can really motivate action at a higher level. So I think youth inclusion, and I'm talking about WeDo, which is specifically based in Mexico, but it's a solution that could be expanded to different countries. And it's this first step of getting the youth to be empowered and to really recognize themselves as part of the solution, right? And really realize how every single decision, action they can take can have a way bigger transcendence that we usually take into account. So I think inclusion through everyday action and collective action and just speaking out against things we're not comfortable with is a great first step.
Thank you, Anna. I would like to invite Dr. Ash now, because he's been leading so many young people in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in Europe, in region. So what do you think, what challenges are we facing in the current scenario for youth inclusion? If you can comment on that.
Thank you, Drisha. So, I do want to acknowledge some of the points, and I will as I go along with sharing my thoughts right now, some of the points that have been brought up already. But I want to say that, in fact, on the contrary, a lot of the youth from the different geographies that you talked about just now, they're the ones who are sort of leading. I'm left feeling so inspired. And I just want to say there are things that we can do. One of the things is that I think, like with everyone, and all entities on the planet. Youth are a group, but there's such a lot of diversity, right, within the community, young people. And I think one of the biggest things is that we need to involve young people from all spaces and places. So there's a range of different young, indigenous leaders. They're young people, women and girls. There are, the minority, depending on where you are, minority communities. A lot of those that are vulnerable and marginalized. Often, what we need really is young people and all people, but since we're talking about youth and the role of young people, which lies at the forefront, and I'm a big believer in that, we need to be inclusive in our approach to inclusion of youth as well. And that means being able to embrace the diversity that young people offer in terms of, the nature of the spaces and places that youth come from. So I think that's a very, very crucial thing. The other thing I want to say is that, this was alluded to by Maida and also by Anna and Hermano Kevin. And that is that, we need young people to be able to bring solutions to the fore. And that's a very important element of inclusion. And that will require understanding that there is hope. The reason we are where we are, and the reason we're in this discussion, and the reason all of these important points are brought up is because there is hope. And I just want to say at the POP movement, we like to celebrate and represent that hope, because there is, while our window of opportunity is closing, it is a window of opportunity. So we do have the opportunity. And I think Anna talked about Vidu. What are the solutions? What can I do? And therefore that action is at the forefront. But very importantly, I think the meaningful inclusion of young people and all young people with all the diversity that young people bring is being able to understand that youth can be the solution. Youth are the solution. Taking action is important. And the change of mindsets, values that drive the actions ultimately, because, it is what we have done. We know, and like the science is absolutely clear in the fact that it is our very own actions that have resulted in where we're at right now in terms of the issue of climate change. So if we make changes now, I think we're going to be able to get there, but we need to do it together. We need to look at being positive and looking at what the constructive solutions are, and that's going to require making change. And we need to be informed in that process. And I hope we can embrace everyone. And I think that the points that were flagged, which is that information about climate change has become, it is boring. It is because we do as human beings do not want to keep being told that there's disaster here and there's disaster there without understanding that there are constructive solutions. And so I think the positioning, the framing of that information from the point of view of solution is crucial. And I think young people represent that. So I hope all young people can be part of this, and that will then be truly inclusive. But just saying that youth involvement is a checkbox and it's tokenistic, unfortunately, that's what's happened in the past. But we need to move beyond, and youth need to be able to represent that change in the truest sense of the word. And then I think we'll already demand and command our position at the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raj. Now I would like to invite Maida. She's been, with her hard work, she has came from Uganda to Latin America as a young person conducting research. She went with us to be part of the research team for sarcasm. So I think she can bring out a great perspective. So over to you, Maida.
Thank you so much, Grisha. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the ideas of all the previous speakers. And I'll just start with two quotes. One, you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. And two, you cannot nurture a grown tree to exactly what you want it to be. So I've had an experience or interaction with people from Africa. I've had an interaction with Asians. I've had an experience of Latin America. And every ground has potential, but there is one that would always stand out, and that's Asia. I would like to commend the Asian team for the rate at which they have advanced with youth inclusion. It's seen, it's tangible, and it can be appreciated. My first challenge I got on the aspect of climate action was from an 8-year-old youth, and I was 13 years by then, who turned out to be an Indian and was a delegate in the Model U when I attended as under the Committee of Environment. Yeah. So from then I got to realize there's something special about the inclusion of young people in India. So it made me underestimate the kind of empowerment or inclusion we are having in Africa, and made me yearn for more. So when I came to Latin America, I've had to realize 2 things. Number one, the aspect of training someone while they are young and making them redirect their energy to a certain direction is so important. During my time in Mexico, I've had the time to sit down with young people, but the only time I get an opportunity to talk about climate action, issues to do with the social structure, politics, is when I'm in a circle of 25, 23-year-olds. But whenever I'm with fellow teenagers, I fail to have an actual conversation on this. Why? Because there's what we call a civic desert for the young people, which means you get access to certain information at a certain age only if you are interested in it. So a middle economic class country like Mexico is expected to, or any other Latin American country is expected to be at a certain level more than so many African countries. I'll compare the two. Africa has a nice structure, but then the thing is, we do not have the ability to exactly implement the structure. So you find that because of the lack of, we have empowered youth who vote for leaders, but because they know what they want, but we are not able to get these leaders on board, because at the end of the day, somehow politics does its game, and we have someone else on board who will have something else in mind. On the other hand, Latin America has the potential, it has the funds, it has, but then the thing is, why aren't young people brought on board at such an early age for such action? So I think the thing is, we just need to re-nurture the structure. Forums, documentation, workshops, mentorship, camps, and make them as inclusive as possible. And yes, people are interested in this, just like Anna said, people are so interested in this, but one thing we need to do is, I'll go ahead to second Dr. Ash's idea here, is to embrace diversity of young people. Young people need to be given room to sit together, talk about experiences from different perspectives, which will draw inspiration, rejuvenate energy, and cause need for action. That's what I do believe needs to be done. And that's what I have to say. Thank you, Grisha.
Thank you so much, Meda. Now I would like to invite Kevin to please comment on this.
Yes, I would say that the main challenge the youth has is we need to question everything. I'm vegan, and I need to still question if vegan is a solution, not try to think that it will, because I'm vegan, then I'm saving the world. Probably I'm not. Questioning is essential in order to improve each step that we do, each technology that we build. That's essential. Let's put an example. Solar panels. I have solar panel in my house, and I know that producing the solar panel you need to destroy a lot of forests in order to get some minerals. But still, I know that if I use fossil fuel-based energy, is more pollutant than the other one. So the right way to do it is to have the solar panel, but still research, and to make it better, to improve it, because that's the only way that we're going to actually do something for our world. If we remain with the solar panel that we have right now, then it won't work, and we will get to be in the same point as Green Revolution, where we thought that that would actually get rid of hunger, and it didn't. So question everything. That's what youth needs to do. And that's how Resilience 2020 came out, actually. We had this question about, do we need actually to depend on the government to have our gas, our energy, our food, or could we use technology to improve the way it was done many years ago? I mean, hundreds of years ago. That's the main idea of Resilience 2020, and that's the idea of youth getting engaged and innovate in projects. The second big challenge, and last in my mind I have right now, it will be funding, resources. Resources will come. And we have less than 7 years to do something. Either we do it willingly, or we do it in the hard way, and the planet Earth will make us do something about it. So resources will come. What youth needs to do is to get engaged with and connect with every other projects, organizations that are happening worldwide, because then they will get the resources they need in order for their projects to be successful, and so we can save the world.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Norma, who has been kind enough to have all young people team, take them to different locations, conduct research, invite them to different conferences to make presentation, whether you are a young entrepreneur like Anna or like Kevin and Meda. So over to you, Dr. Norma.
Thank you, Risha. Well, in addition to what was said by people who present my comment, I would like to say that youth needs to push a little to be included in the official delegations in every country that is going to the COP. And why? Because the only way to work with that is being officially inside a delegation, to take a part in the discussions, in the meetings, and also in the internal meetings where every country is giving their own decisions to the public and to the main conference. That is very important. And that, in addition, of course, that should be done together with the extraordinary work that many organizations are doing in a personal way or in a collective way or in the countries. But the only way to be a part of the decision is to be a part of the government. Like the governments, they have in many countries in Europe, a scientific staff as an advisors in the Senate or in the COPs or everything. I think that the youth should be included, and we need to help them to do it. We need to show the way. In Mexico, 2 years ago, we started to do that through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, we applied last year, and we didn't get any position to go to the COP. But this time, I'm trying to do something else, that is include POP in the COP, in the official meetings in the COP. That we will, the following COPs, because it's very important to be an organization officially also, and that you can get a really strength in really a position to be in the decision making in every COP, or even in every meeting that United Nations or other organizations that take place in the arena of the decisions about climate change and global warming. It will be done, will be in the following years set up. I think that they should be there. That is my comment, Risha, and to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Norma. And with that, we would like to end this session, but I would like to invite all the young people who are connected with us through the live streaming on YouTube to please join the POP movement. It's Protect Our Planet movement. And in Latin America, it is Movimiento POP. So we would like to request you to look for us on Google and join us. And we are more than happy to include you in and provide you various platforms through which, and also different opportunities through which you can feel included. And as Dr. Norma mentioned, that we are trying really hard to bring the young people on the same platform where the experts, the advisors, the entrepreneurs, as well as the researchers are coming forward to take action in this field. So feel free to reach out. If you are present in person, then you can come and directly contact us or Dr. Norma, or you can join us through our online platforms. And thank you so much. We will now have a few minutes break, and then we will start with our next session, which is a workshop with the young people from Latin American countries as well as global young audiences, where we will be focusing again on the issue of energy and climate action. So see you then. And till then, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Movimiento.
introduce our results. I'll move this camera so that first in this room, everyone says their name and what they're studying. And eventually we can go to the second room, room 3, and room 4. So in this case, well, I'll start with myself. Yes?
Your voice is not clear.
Creo que es el eco es. 1, 2, 3. Better?
Can you try to speak?
Can you hear me?
Kevin, can you speak again?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to introduce myself. So my name is Kevin. I'm from Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it work? Perfect. So hi everyone. So my name is Kevin Morales. I'm co-founder of Resilience 2020. Together with Ivan, I'm also co-founder of a sport institute called Borussia Family here in Mexico, which has the it's a German company that supports us here in Mexico as well. Everything I do is for environment, and I studied biology and international relations, and I'm an honorary youth mentor of Pop Movement. So let me now change the camera so someone else can introduce himself.
No, pues
Hola, mi nombre es Sofía Cárdenas y estoy estudiando una ingeniería en negocios energéticos sustentables.
Hola, mi nombre es Joel Ortega y también estoy estudiando ingeniería en negocios energéticos sustentables en séptimo semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Daniela Maya, estudio ingeniería en movilidad urbana en primer semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Ania y estudio movilidad urbana y estoy en segundo semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Naomi y estudio una ingeniería en movilidad urbana.
Hola, mi nombre es Daniel, igual estudio en ingeniería en movilidad urbana en UPM, primer semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Moisés y estudio mercadotecnia en el CSIC 14 y voy en quinto semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Ulises, estudio mercadotecnia en quinto semestre.
Perfect. So now we can go to room number 2 and please introduce yourself.
Okay, so from room number 2, I'm Ivan Ransom, Resilience 2020 co-founder and Pop Movement Sustainability Ambassador and Youth Mentor. I'm a biologist from the UNAM and studied the postgrad in the UK. And well, I want also to welcome you and thank you for being here in this really important reunion to talk about climate change and how we can do something about it. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Sebastian. I'm studying international business in energetics and UPM at Instituto Politécnico Nacional. And I'm here listening, so thank you so much.
Okay, entonces, ¿ya nos presentaron? ¿Te conocen los participantes que
no, bueno, me toca.
So Ivan, room number 2 is finished? If it's so, we can go to room number 3. Your microphone is off, Ivan. Go ahead. Then I think room number 3 can go. Anna?
Hello.
I'm Anna Hanshausen. I am an honorary mentor at the Pop Movement, and I am the co-founder of We Do, which is an app to promote climate action. And we will present the rest of the room number 3. Vamos a presentarnos todos.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrea, estudio ingeniería ambiental en la Universidad de Biotecnología.
Hola, mi nombre es Michelle. Igual estoy en ingeniería ambiental en PIBI, en la Unidad Profesional Interdisciplinaria de Biotecnología, y estoy en sexto semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Gerardo, también estudio ingeniería ambiental en la UPIBI, y soy alumno de quinto semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es Edith Cervantes, soy del distrito número 14 de San Enrique, maestra.
Hola, soy Juan, soy de la Ingeniería de Movilidad Urbana y voy en primer semestre.
Hola, soy Jacobo, estudio movilidad urbana, bien, voy en primer semestre. Hola, soy Gaisar Patricio, estoy estudiando contabilidad y más.
Hola, mi nombre es Vanessa Jiménez, estoy en el último semestre de Relaciones Comerciales con la.
Hola, mi nombre es Lilia y estoy encargada de la ética y estabilidad.
Perfecto. Ok, veo.
Kevin, we are done.
Go ahead. Room number 4, please. Kamal, your microphone is off. Sorry, Mira, your microphone is off. Mira, can you hear us?
Meanwhile, I can present the rest of the room too, if that's fine.
Okay.
You're muted. Okay, so if you can, si pueden presentarse.
Hola, yo soy Israel Martínez Sánchez de la movilidad, de la carrera de movilidad urbana. Mi nombre es Ezequiel Timoteo de Luis, vengo de la ingeniería de la movilidad urbana. David Vega, UPM, primer semestre.
Hola, mi nombre es María, vengo de la carrera de Ingeniería en Movilidad Urbana del Instituto Politécnico Nacional.
Hola, mi nombre es Cassandra, vengo de la carrera de Ingeniería en Movilidad Urbana del OPM del Instituto Politécnico Nacional.
Hola, yo soy Stephanie, estudio en el Instituto Politécnico Nacional, primer semestre de movilidad urbana.
Hola, yo soy Victoria Marcelo, estudio en el Instituto Politécnico Nacional, soy de primer semestre de la carrera de Ingeniería en Movilidad Urbana.
¿Y ahora? Okay. So, Ivan, are all of them? Have they introduced themselves? I'm muted. No, okay. So you can't hear me. No me escuchan. Just a second. Can you hear me now?
Sí,
1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now you can hear me. Okay. So room number 4 is missing. Mira, can you now talk and introduce it?
Kevin, I'll help you with room number 4. Give me a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ahora, hoy.
Okay. So let's do it this way. Come on. Let's go to second phase of this Zoom of this workshop. And if we have time, we come back for the introduction. If not, we can leave it for afterwards. Sorry for that. So, well, welcome everyone. It's really good to see you. It is important for us, obviously, that we introduce ourselves because we're a pop movement, and pop movement youth matters, right? So that's why we ask you, all of you, to introduce yourselves. Sadly, it couldn't happen for number 4, but we'll make somehow happen in a way eventually. So now I have a big question for you. I need 2 people from this room and afterwards from each one of the other rooms to tell me 2 recent news, climate action, climate change, climate crisis news that you have seen in the last days. 2 volunteers from this room, please. There's one over there. Come. Say the second one. Yes. So let me clap first. Yeah, of course. I'll move the camera so that he can speak. Oh yeah, come, Kevin. Come, sit here. And tell us one recent news that you have. Melting poles.
Some recent news, like you have to be very specific. At some location that you. Can you translate it for me?
Puedes decirlo en español. Es decir, una noticia reciente de cambio climático, de acción climática, que es visto en los últimos días.
Pues el derretimiento de los polos.
Y específicamente, ¿qué viste?
Y que el cambio climático afectaba el derretimiento de los polos. Más bien causaba el derretimiento de los polos. Y pues estaba aumentando el dióxido de carbono.
Okay. Thank you. Clap, please. Everyone heard?
You can have this there. Thank you.
The last thing I read on the condemnation is the microplastics in our food and our blood because of the food we consume. Make the microplastics is like now it's part of contamination of our body and finds in blood or I don't know, like what's it, excrement. And it's a very, very part of our health because now we have plastic inside us and not only like outside, like in the garbage or in the streets.
Wow, that's really important. So let me, here's a question for you. Yeah, thank you for participating. If in your case, you're not a really fluent English speaker, you don't think that you can do it in English, or the other way around, you don't feel that you can do it in say something in Spanish, for example, don't worry. As you have seen, we have translators. So don't worry, they'll be typing everything on the chat books on Zoom, and so you will be able to see in your language that you want. So feel free to speak in Spanish, don't worry about it. So let's go with room number 2, please. 2 recent news.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Bueno, ahora les queremos preguntar algunos sucesos, bueno, 2 voluntarios o voluntarias que quieran responder preguntas. ¿Quién se pone de ustedes? Tenemos uno por allá. Si puedes decirnos algún suceso climático específico que haya pasado últimamente. If you could tell us any climatic event that has happened recently.
Bueno, pues uno de ellos sería la presa de la Boca de Monterrey que se secó y encontraron como llantas y tabiques en el fondo del lago. Bueno, sería uno de ellos y otro sería... ¿cuál otro podría ser? No, pues no tengo otro referente de contaminación.
Ok, muchas gracias. Aplausos, por favor. ¿Alguna otra persona que quiera participar? Por favor.
El huracán que hubo en Puerto Rico, las inundaciones que hubo en toda la costa del Atlántico, en Cuba, Puerto Rico y Florida.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Iván. So, room number 3, your turn, please.
Ok, ahora sí. Dani y Vanessa, ¿están listas para decir su noticia de cambio climático?
Sí, puede ser en español.
En español está perfecto. Vas, Dani.
Ok, yo escuché hace unos, no sé, 7 años, estamos todavía a tiempo para hacer algo por el medio ambiente que fuese, o sea, para que no hubiese una huella tan fuerte, pero creo que ya sobrepasamos y sobreestimamos, o sea, qué tanto daño podemos hacer. Incluso lo superamos. Entonces se supone que ya es irreversible, pero todavía podemos hacer algo.
Los últimos meses, para ser más específicos, en octubre, hicieron un estudio a 37 madres, de las cuales en todas encontraron microplásticos en su leche materna. Entonces, pues estudiaban el cómo esto afectaría a los bebés del hoy y del futuro. Entonces es como un gran indicativo de qué tanto nos estamos contaminando nosotros mismos. Entonces creo que es una noticia muy importante y como dijo mi compañero, estamos todavía a tiempo de hacer algo. Y ya es todo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So now room number 4, your turn, please. Okay, I think room number 4 is still with some issues. Okay, let me ask everyone. If you have an answer, please turn it on and tell it immediately. So the question is there any TV company, newspaper, radio, anything in which you can find accurate and recent climate action, climate change, climate crisis news? Someone? ¿Alguna noticia, radio, televisión, periódico, etcétera, donde puedan ver noticia inmediata del cambio climático? ¿Alguna? Someone from any room?
La página de internet de Greenpeace, tal vez.
Someone here says.
Yeah, we can hear you now. From room number 4.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we have received 2-3 responses. I would like them to repeat it again for all of us. So please tell your name and then go.
Okay. Hello. Bueno, hola, mi nombre es Diana y quiero compartir que apenas en la Ciudad de México, bueno, el cambio más fuerte que vi en cuanto a cambio climático ha sido la granizada de aproximadamente junio, que fue muy fuerte y pues no la teníamos normalmente en la Ciudad de México y pues mucha gente como que no le toma la importancia que se debe, porque incluso mucha gente lo llegó a romantizar un poco, pero pues es preocupante porque incluso llegó a tirar algunos techos de algunos centros comerciales.
Hola, mi nombre es Jorge Aguilar, soy de la carrera de Ingeniería Ambiental y yo les estaba comentando un poquito acerca de la sequía que hubo en Monterrey y cómo la agricultura se vio afectada con esa falta del recurso hídrico.
¿Qué tal? Mi nombre es Manuel Alberto, soy de la carrera de Ingeniería Ambiental de UPIBI. Yo quería comentar acerca de un deslave que ocurrió en el estado de Oaxaca, pues debido a las recientes lluvias, y pues esto provocó pues que se afectaran muchas familias, y pues sí hubo pérdidas humanas, entonces pues sí quería compartir esta opinión.
Thank you. ¿Hay atrás? ¿No?
¿Algo que recuerden? Lluvia, sequía, inundaciones. ¿De quién da más? Aquí en la ciudad, échale, tu ronco pecho.
Bueno, hace un año, a mediados de septiembre, sucedió que el cerro de Chiquihuite, no sé si se acuerdan, se deslavó. Entonces, por el exceso de lluvias, y pues hubo muchas viviendas afectadas. Y también de ahí, actualmente se han sucedido varios deslaves, pero pues no se echen la vuelta.
¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Ángeles.
Ok, gracias.
Ok.
Entonces,
Okay, so from room number 2, we have two volunteers to talk about this. So let's start with you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Soy Sebastián Gallardo de Inés, de Politécnico Nacional, y creo que tenemos dos problemáticas que van muy de la mano, entre ellas con el cambio climático, lo cual sería entre ellas la ola de calor en Europa, la cual es muy evidente, con un aumento en casi 40 grados Celsius en lo que sería la zona europea, lo cual es algo histórico, sumamente importante tomarlo en cuenta, además de que en nuestro país, en la zona del Caribe, con el aumento de lo que sería el calor y la temperatura del agua, se está destruyendo hábitats como lo sería el arrecife de coral, el cual está haciendo que haya un blanqueamiento del coral y por lo tanto se esté muriendo la fauna.
Thank you so much. And now also, if you could tell us about TV show or any kind of content platform where you can find trustworthy climate information.
What I will usually do is search for information in non-governmental organizations. I know that they're approved, so I think that that's a great idea for taking information and really getting to know every single info that you need, and to get even more investigation. I think that that's facts that we need to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Si nos puedes decir alguna fuente en la cual tú buscares información confiable sobre el ambiente, ya sea algún programa de televisión, en internet, alguna plataforma de información.
De las páginas de internet donde yo más busco en las páginas de internet donde más busco información sobre catástrofes naturales sería en la página de la ONU. Creo que ahí viene muy buena información y es más la más certera y lo más confiable que pueda haber sobre la naturaleza.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, everyone from room number 2 and all the rest of the rooms. Here in this room, there's someone that has an idea where to get accurate and recent information.
Hi, we can find a lot of punctual information on Greenpeace website. So I recommend.
You're muted.
Thank you very much. And I will suggest also to read The Guardian. Probably is one of the biggest newspapers and the only one that every single day posts something on climate change and climate action. So you can also look for it. Now I'll give the microphone to Risha.
Okay, so my name is Risha Pathak. I'm a pop youth mentor, and all the facilitators, Kevin, Ivan, Anna, Meda, Tamar, Komal, we all are here with you all to talk more about the issue of climate change, and in the next session on the issue of energy. And the overall goal of these two workshops will be to ask you and have an understanding that why climate change is important for you, what do you think should be done to take action, and how you will be how you will feel included in the session.
Tienen dos computadoras abiertas en una sola sala y después no, en otra sala.
Okay, so talking about the POP movement, I would like to share my screen, and please let me know if you can see my screen. Somebody has opened their microphone. Can you please stop your mic?
Porque tengo que allá se escucha.
Transmission.
This one?
Yeah. Thank you. Can you all see my screen? Okay. So talking about the POP movement called Movimiento POP, Protect Our Planet movement, was founded by late Dr. Rajendra Kumar Pachauri, who was a former IPCC chairman. So now it is being led by Dr. Ash Pachauri and our senior mentor, our honorary senior mentor, Dr. Norma Patricia, who is from IPN, who you all can meet today. She's sitting right next to us in this room right now. But for the young people in the other rooms, you can any day come to her, talk about the issue of climate change, and she'll be happy to talk to you about it. And if you wish to be part of the POP movement, she is one lady you can directly reach out to, or you can reach us through our website, which is www.thepopmovement.org. Now, talking about the POP movement, we have been working with only young people to mobilize them, to make them aware, and to build their capacities through various sessions like we are doing right now within your campus. Along with that, we reach to them in different parts of the world in person as well as through Zoom. So there is something that keeps happening for all of you to feel included, to be part of the advocacy platform, or even to take action on the ground. Every year with the POP movement, we do a POP festival, which is global, where young people like you can come and make presentations, present your work, your research work, or your on-field work, or any of the papers that you have published, any of the activities that you wish to do to build capacities of other young people. So that's one platform where you can any day come and show your work globally on a global platform. Now, talking about our reach, we are in almost 123 countries right now, and we have reached to over 2.3 million young people. We have more than 200 projects that we have been mentoring, or we have mentored so far. We are running initiatives in different countries. If you will visit our website, you will easily see that we have our initiatives in Venezuela. We are already working on a large scale in Mexico, in Nigeria, in Uganda. We are working in Sierra Leone, in India, and many more countries. So talking about these initiatives, these are the initiatives or the projects that are run by young people like you all. And you can reach out to us for capacity building, for mentorship, and even up to some extent for small seed grant as well, if you have your own projects. So Kevin will share later, if you will, after the workshop, you can discuss with him how he has been mentored by the POP movement. He runs his own organization called Resilience 2020 to take climate action. And you can discuss with him that as a young people, if you wish to do anything to create a change, what you can do possibly, then all the other facilitators in your room as well, you can reach out to them. In room number 3, we have Anna and Komal. Anna has her own application called We Do, and I would request her to share the link to all the young people present in her room as well as with all the other people who have joined so that they can join the We Do app. And then we have Meda and Tamar in the other room, room number 4. We have Ivan, who is also co-leading Resilience 2020 in room number 2. So that's all about the POP movement. There's so much information that I want to share, but more than sharing that information today, we want to gain information and learn from you all. So with that, we would like to start the breakout room sessions and the workshop activity, which is on climate action. And as Kevin mentioned in advance, that although most of us are bilingual, but some of us, like me, I am language-wise challenged over here, so I cannot speak in Spanish. So for you, there will be a constant translation. We will go to a platform called Mural. And after some discussion with all of you, there are some questions that need to be answered. You have to answer those questions, discuss and start the discussion then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To divide us in breakout rooms here as well, right?
No, don't. We are not doing that.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm going to change to Spanish for your benefit, and they will translate in English. Okay? Yeah. Bueno, si ahorita explicó Drisha, vamos a hacer una actividad en donde van a haber algunas preguntas y queremos que entre todos nosotros tratemos de llegar a las respuestas. No hay respuestas correctas o erróneas, sino más bien algo que nos lleve a entregarnos algo con lo cual podemos avanzar, ¿sí? Entonces, voy a esperar que todos participen y si no, yo voy a comentar que así lo hagan. Tenemos poco tiempo, obviamente, y pues obviamente tenemos que ser muy, muy rápidos para poder llegar a la conclusión. Voy leyendo las preguntas que vamos a atacar para que lo vayan pensando y ahorita va a abrir Trisha para que podamos presentarlo acá. Entonces, la primera pregunta que nosotros vamos a estar atendiendo es, bueno, en inglés dice, what should be the action points for youth inclusion to climate action? ¿Cuáles serían los puntos a hacer de la juventud, en este caso de nosotros como jóvenes, me sigo considerando joven, para hacer inclusión en cuestión de acción climática? La segunda es, how various employment fields need to focus on climate change. No sé si ya han trabajado o han solicitado trabajo, pero ¿cuáles serían y cuántos tendrían que ser los puestos que abran en todas las empresas, en gobiernos, para que podamos hacer acción climática? La tercera pregunta va a ser, how activism on climate change is lagging in Latin America. Entonces, ¿cómo está involucrado la acción climática en Latinoamérica? Y how important is climate education for taking climate action? Y el tema de la educación climática, ¿qué tan importante es? Bueno, ¿cómo está su percepción al respecto en cuestión de la acción climática enfocada a la acción climática? ¿Dudas hasta aquí? No. Bien, les platico. ¿Ven esa línea verde? Somos nosotros. Entonces, en ese grupo, igual pueden abrir su celular si quieren, lo podemos ver aquí. Si se dan cuenta, alguien está moviendo ahí esa sana desde otro grupo. Entonces, nosotros vamos a mover, vamos a llenar primeramente cada uno de estos cuadritos. Los cuadritos es todas las ideas que ustedes se les ocurran, los vamos a meter ahí. Y tenemos que ser veloces, ¿sí? Veloces pueden decir los que se les ocurran, pero seamos también inteligentes a la hora de decirlos, para que luego cuando queramos sacar los mejores, pues no tengamos 1,000,000 de cuadritos ahí y no podamos leerlos, ¿va? Entonces, antes de ponerlos vamos a dialogar, ¿va? Entonces, de tal manera que pongamos 3, 4, 5, 6, no sé, las que sean, pero que al final de cuentas nos lleve a algo. ¿Bien? ¿Dudas? ¿No? ¿Animados? Sí. ¿Sí? Eso. Vamos a ver si vamos a ser más rápido que los otros grupos, ¿va? Seguramente con mucho más entusiasmo. Entonces, creo que me están obligando a que haga esto. No sé. Bueno, ¿cuáles serían los puntos más importantes que tendría que hacer la juventud para hacer inclusión en acción climática?
no sé si cuenta como puntos, pero creo que sería importante manejar otro tipo de lenguaje para la difusión de esto en la juventud, ya que en la juventud actualmente se rige mucho o sigue mucho lo que son vivencias. Se guía más por experiencias de otros que por información como antes, por así decirlo. A veces nos es más válido escuchar la experiencia de alguien más testigo de a leer información realmente.
Ok.
Yo creo que sería mejor empezar a implementar experiencias de cambio, por así decirlo.
Experiencias. Ahora, voy a lo pronto es que lo escriban. No me lo están diciendo a mí, sino a tus compañeros. Entonces, los que están de ese lado, hay que girarnos de este lado para que nos escuchen aquí. Igualmente de este lado nos giramos para acá, porque digamos que yo estoy unidos a ustedes, es un círculo y vamos a escucharnos entre todos, ¿va? Entonces, cambiar el lenguaje en donde involucramos experiencia. ¿Quién más? ¿Sí?
Y se escucha mejor porque se graba y como va por YouTube vas a tener dos micrófonos y vas a tener un
Ok, que exista mayor participación o difusión para que las mujeres puedan participar en aspectos en el sector energético y en temas de cambio climático.
A ver, ¿lo escucharon? ¿Allá? Bien. Oigan, discutan, ¿eh? No me gustó, si me gustó, le complemento. ¿Va? Esta es una discusión, es un centro de discusión. ¿Va?
Hablen fuerte en el micrófono porque se está grabando. Y
los que los hagan por nosotros. Los que los hagan por nosotros.
Que las empresas de energías renovables o de cualquier tema de ámbito ambiental tengan mayor difusión dentro de las unidades de las unidades académicas donde se impartan carreras relacionadas a este rubro.
Ok. Participación en cuestiones de educación por el tema de energía renovable, ¿no? Vaya, ¿tú también quieres?
Sí, pero ahora.
No, pues justo lo que había mencionado sobre educación, creo que es muy importante implementar eso en los jóvenes porque al final una persona joven si no nace con esa mentalidad de que tiene que cuidar el planeta, que no tiene que ser muy consumista o cosas así, pues lo va a seguir haciendo. O sea, en general todas las personas o la población debería de empaparse sin excepción sobre este tema, ¿no? Sobre la crisis climática y saber lo que significa o qué repercusiones pueden tener.
¿Sí? ¿Alguien sabe qué es divulgación?
Sí.
¿Cuál es la diferencia entre divulgación y difusión?
Que haya alguien. Divulgación es que haya como un exponente de alguien que lo proponga, y difusión simplemente es el transmitir la información a partir de diferentes medios, no necesariamente una persona al mando.
Gracias. Sí, pero en parte también. Divulgación es bajar el conocimiento, hacerlo asequible, que las personas lo entiendan. No nada más es dar a conocer, sino que lo entiendan, lo que mencionas. Entonces es muy importante el tema de divulgación para que no solamente nosotros, estudiantes, lo entendamos, sino otros también lo puedan hacer.
Llevar a cabo nosotros como jóvenes campañas o que las empresas también lleven campañas acerca de, por ejemplo, lo que decía mi compañero, la recolección de basura o llevar acciones nosotros.
Involucrarse con las empresas para que ellos tomen acciones en conjunto con nosotros. Bien.
Bueno, a mí se me hace importante tener una supervisión en empresas que contaminan mucho, que usan recursos de más para nivelar esto de calentamiento global y pues mejorarlo, ¿no?
Supervisión por parte de los jóvenes hacia las empresas.
Sí.
¿Gobierno también?
También.
Gobierno
¿Se ha
también.
pegado a un marco normativo o algo así?
Ok. Pregunta. ¿Todos son mayores de edad?
Sí.
¿Sí? Ya votan.
Sí.
Entonces, hace falta algo de propuestas para ustedes en el gobierno, ¿no? ¿Qué podrían proponer? Aparte de dar el seguimiento, ¿qué más el seguro?
La implementación de métodos creativos para pues, darle a los jóvenes un mayor ámbito método de aprendizaje y, bueno, relacionado con las energías, ¿no?
Ok. A un aprendizaje creativo. Supongo que también para que el gobierno entienda un poco ese tema, ¿no? No más nosotros, como estudiantes, que de alguna manera tenemos un poquito más de experiencia incluso que el gobierno en ese sentido. Ok, ya mencionaron nuestra labor como jóvenes con las empresas. Ya mencionamos algunos, ahorita los vamos a leer. Ya mencionaron la labor un poco de los jóvenes en la cuestión de gobierno, en la cuestión de la presión que podemos hacer. Faltan dos temas. Y no sé si ustedes, yo me siento muy frustrado. Yo, por ejemplo, todavía no, afortunadamente, todavía no tengo la edad para ser presidente. Quiere decir que soy joven. Pero también es un poco frustrante, porque el que está arriba, no importa quién sea y qué color de partido tenga, pues no me escucha. No le importa. Ya que le voté, ya no importa lo que yo quiero. ¿No se sienten frustrados? ¿Qué podríamos hacer? ¿Qué se les ocurre que debería hacer el gobierno para incluirnos a nosotros?
Y de cierta manera los gobernantes antes de asumir poder deberían tomar como cursos o diplomados pues, obligatorios acerca de temas actuales y de población.
Ok, ahora sí que reeducar a nuestra población gobernante a través de la juventud y las propuestas de la juventud. ¿Sí? ¿Quién más? Tiene una mano por ahí.
Justamente darnos a escuchar, porque creo que a veces el creer o dar por hecho que nos van a escuchar, no creo que sea más que suficiente. Es casi obligar, es darnos a reducir y también el proponer, sobre todo proponer.
Ok, proponer hay un proceso legal para hacerlo. ¿Cómo daríamos a escuchar?
Más que nada, pues, principalmente para justo tener más amplio mensaje, sería juntar a muchas personas, sobre todo que compartan la misma ideología, para que se pueda hacer el mensaje, podamos hablar con una institución que quiera apoyarnos o que quiera escucharnos.
Ok, algo así como una asamblea ciudadana.
Sí, más o menos. Ajá.
También sería muy buena idea que los políticos dejaran de pensar en sus intereses nada más y también volvieran a ver a los grupos de expertos que ya existen y están ahí, por ejemplo, los de la IPCC, que constantemente están dando informes sobre el cambio climático y, bueno, muchos gobernantes ignoran estas sugerencias que se hacen y, bueno, son generadas por grupos de expertos. Entonces, la idea es que no se ignoren y más bien pues se tome acción ante este tipo de situaciones.
Ok, entonces, digamos, seguir un grupo de expertos, o más bien que se genere un grupo de expertos que estén los gobiernos obligados a escuchar, ¿cierto? Sí. Bien, pues ya tenemos varias. Y ya se nos acaba el tiempo del primer cuadrito. Algunos de ustedes vamos a leerlos y me dicen si alguno les llama la atención. Estos que vamos a leer, al final los vamos a mover a una línea que está hasta abajo, no solamente los nuestros, también vamos a leer el de los compañeros, y si uno de los compañeros nos gustó algo que puso, lo podemos poner en la línea de hasta abajo y decir, nos gustó muchísimo, qué buena iniciativa, ¿va? Vamos a empezar primero con el nuestro. Dice, generar grupos de expertos, divulgar y difundir. Reclutar población gobernante, reeducar.
Recording in progress.
Ahora vamos a trabajar con ellas. Ahorita que ya terminamos de trabajar con ellas, y lo que vamos a hacer es que ellas van a traducir y ustedes solo van a escribir en los cuadros azules, pero no se preocupen porque ya lo tenemos aquí. Y lo único que vamos a hacer es que vamos a escribir de forma muy concreta la primera pregunta que les hicimos, que ya saben cuál es, ¿no? ¿Sí? ¿Está fácil o no está fácil? Ahora, váyanse a la parte de arriba de la página.
Recording stopped.
Lean la primera pregunta. ¿Qué es lo que dice la primera? ¿Qué le hicieron? Pero a ver, vamos a leerla de nuevo. ¿Tienen la primera?
Sí.
¿Qué dice la primera?
¿Cuáles son las acciones que nosotros tomamos para comprender el cambio climático?
Ahí está. ¿Y cuáles son las acciones que toman? Las van a escribir ahí. A ver, claves, ¿eh? No necesitamos una historia fantástica, solo frases concretas. Yo me lavo los dientes con menos tiempo, yo, no sé. Ustedes saben, ¿sí? Frases concretas, esa es la clave, porque si no, se va a hacer una historia ahí fantástica. Una o dos, o hasta tres.
Okay, so after you all have put your responses, we are going to discuss as a room.
Después de que hayan puesto sus respuestas ahí, vamos a hablarlo como grupo que estamos aquí.
So that we are able to fill the last box of each question. We shall choose the best response, right?
Y llegaremos con... It could be in Spanish. You just have
Do a language that will enable you express yourself best. Okay?
Vamos a llegar a un acuerdo para checar cuál es la mejor respuesta.
Don't talk about one.
Okay.
If you want to add more boxes, write it.
Para nuevas, es doble clic.
A ver, chicas, voy a pedir un favor. Dejemos que Lisa termine. Ya. Cuando termine, vamos a poder trabajar todos, porque si no estamos dando tres informaciones diferentes y eso a la mente le responde, ¿ok? Lisa. Did you finish? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, ahora sí. Trisha ya les dijo qué hacer, allá atrás entendieron, y si no, aquí tenemos dos doctoras fantásticas que les pueden ayudar. Ahora sí, contesten con preguntas, con respuestas concretas en español. Si lo saben hacer en inglés, excelente. Y si lo quieren hacer en inglés, aquí hay dos personas que nos van a apoyar. ¿Quieren hacerlo en inglés o en español? En español, sale, entiende. Póngale comas y puntos, ¿eh? En este caso, ¿cómo lo quieren hacer? ¿En español o en inglés? ¿En español? Ok. ¿Sale? ¿Se entendió? ¿Todos?
Perfecto, perfecto.
Listo. Gracias. Thank you so much, teacher. Ok. Vamos al sigue. Cuando terminen, nos comentan. Finish, ok. Yes, okay. No, but there are 4 questions.
Las 4 preguntas.
Vamos, la primera ya la acabaron. The first one, finish, okay. Vamos, la segunda. ¿Qué dice la segunda pregunta? A ver, aquí está.
A ver.
No puedo. How are you?
Campos. ¿Cómo se pueden ¿Cómo varios campos diferentes de empleabilidad se necesitan, no necesitan enfocarse en el clima? ¿Cómo necesitan enfocarse en el cambio climático diferentes campos de trabajo? No, pueden meterse cuando los suban. No, porque es cuando los contratamos, ¿no?
Son empleados. ¿Cómo es que varios empleados necesitan enfocarse? ¿O cómo es que el personal necesita enfocarse en el cambio climático? ¿Cómo es que el consorcio se tiene que hacer? Ustedes que trabajan en un lugar, ¿cómo es que, mira, lo que necesitan hacer es, la pregunta es, las personas que trabajan como empleados, es decir, aquellas que su fuerza de trabajo es en el cuerpo, como nosotros, la mayoría de las personas, ¿cómo es que hacen frente al cambio climático? Es lo que están preguntando. Sencillo así. Entonces, ¿cómo sus papás, por ejemplo,
Si ustedes saben los papás con sus tíos, con sus abuelos, ¿cómo le hacen frente al cambio climático? Bueno, puede ser que no es loca, ¿verdad? Es normal. Pero, ¿qué más hacen? ¿Qué les dicen? Ah, bueno, yo utilizo menos agua, compré una lavadora que ahorra agua o que ahorra energía, tenemos un refrigerador que ahorra luz, los daños de los edificios, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que ahorran agua, ahora ya es muy poquita el agua que se gasta en los baños. Ahora sí, mira, do you want to say something?
Yeah, so make sure you focus on the blue boxes, right? So everyone has to give a response. Tap a square like tab and give your response. Everyone.
Se enfoquen en los cuadros azules y todos den una respuesta, solamente una respuesta, pero en los cuadros azules.
And everyone has to give a response to a question. Everyone in the room.
Todos tienen que dar una respuesta, por favor, todos. ¿Sí? De este lado, chicas, ¿qué onda? ¿No funciona su compu? No prende. Acá hay una, por favor.
Acá hay otra que está ya prendida.
Aquí hay dos, por favor, chicas. Las queremos ver tiempo. Es que, mira, les traduces como la clase trabajadora en el mundo le hace frente a cambio. Entonces, porque por estratos sociales le hace frente a es parte del capitalismo, del feudalismo, pero aquí lo importante es que tú dices, ok, olvida las cosas. No, pero esto que ciencia, ustedes, su familia, ¿cómo la hacen frente? Por ejemplo, si tenemos algún familiar que trabaje en una empresa, ¿cómo le hace frente? Si yo trabajo, porque yo soy comerciante, ¿yo cómo le hago frente? Los profesores, ¿cómo le hacen frente? Los profesores, ¿cómo le hacen frente? Ajá. Y ustedes, como estudiantes, ¿cómo le hacen frente? Y también se vale si es que no me importa. Pero también es válido, ¿eh? ¿Cómo es que le hacemos frente al cambio climático? El cambio climático está de acuerdo a los diferentes estados sociales. A ver, creo que atrás no se entendió la pregunta. ¿Lo entendieron o no? No, eso me queda. Ok, vamos a esperar. Aquí adelante con la chica del teléfono verde, ¿cómo vas? Bien, no voy a entrar. ¿Vas a estar? Ok, acá es igual. Muy bien. Vamos ahora sí a la siguiente pregunta. A ver, alguien que vaya en inglés. Fíjense, chicos, que aquí está nuestra doctora. Vamos. Piénsate. Que se vea. Que se vea como el poli. Que se ándele. A ver, aquí adelante. ¿Cómo dice la siguiente pregunta? Ajá. Sí se puede.
How things climate change is living in Latin America?
Ok, muy bien. Ok, ¿cómo el cambio climático perdón, cómo el activismo en el cambio climático de Latinoamérica está la lengua aquí? L-A-G-G-I-A-J.
L-A-G-G-I-N-G. Okay, so for those who want to use like English, so to reverse interpret your responses, you could like type your response.
¿Cómo está disminuyendo el cambio? Perdón, sorry. ¿Cómo está disminuyendo el cambio climático? Sí, ¿cómo el activismo está disminuyendo el cambio climático en Latinoamérica? Disminuir o retrasar. Okay. Sorry.
Entonces, what's up?
We didn't know the
or you're translating from Latin America to English.
No. ¿Ya tienes la respuesta?
Is it possible for you to translate your responses as well?
You didn't respond to English?
Like when you are typing, if you could translate your response, then you copy and paste it to the.
Pueden utilizar, sí se puede, ya, hija mía, of course. Pueden utilizar un traductor para traducir, porque aparte las preguntas, las respuestas que ustedes van a poner no van a ser muy extensas y van a ser como que point, ¿no? Entonces, hay una computadora en Google, chequen un traductor que se llama Quill. ¿Tienen alguno que les guste? Google hay uno que se llama Lingüe. Hay un site que se llama, un diccionario que se llama Lingüe. There is no need of doing for them to do the translation. When the conclusion will be done, Samar can do it. Okay. Okay. Échale su rojo pecho en español. So when the last column has to be filled the top right at that
¿Cómo el activismo ha resistido el cambio climático?
¿In the circle? Or not in the circle?
Si lo pueden hacer por favor.
¿Ya lo tienen? No.
Sí, porque tengo
Porque todavía nos falta otra preguntita.
Y si no pueden hacerlo, pidan ayuda y yo les estoy haciendo. ¿Vale? Pero si lo he hecho así como que puntos, ¿no? Así una respuesta como decía la maestra, puntos, algo sencillito, ¿no? Sí.
Hace rato les dábamos uno, por ejemplo, los edificios inteligentes, ¿no? Meten baños de menor capacidad para los tanques de agua y gastan mucho menos agua.
La pregunta número 3, que es cómo ha disminuido el activismo. Ok. Pues, ¿crees que ha disminuido?
Ahora sí lo hace, pero pues ahora sí la gente no contribuye. Si no contribuye, pues no hay. A ver, algo que se tiene que entender es qué hace el activismo. ¿Cuál sería el activismo? Es cuando se junta un grupo de personas en pro de un bien común. Y el bien común puede ser lo que uno quiera. Puede ser desde pop, es un bien común, ¿no? Entonces, cuando te dicen, aquí la pregunta es cómo disminuyes el cambio climático a través del activismo. Bueno, hay tipos de activismo. Hay activismo social, activismo empresarial, activismo académico, ¿sí? Activismo civil. Entonces, ustedes piensen, bueno, voy a aterrizar más. Imagínense que un día se sienta su familia a platicar y dicen, nosotros estamos cansados de que no haya agua. ¿Qué hacemos para que haya agua? Hay gente que cierra las calles, pero también hay gente que hace escritos y los lleva al gobierno. Eso es ser activista. Si ustedes conocen alguna de esas cosas, no solo las hay más. Cuando se junta un grupo de personas, por ejemplo, ahorita están los paros en la Ciudad de México, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Mejores instalaciones, eso es activismo. Se están poniendo de acuerdo para algo, y el algo es, quiero tener una mejor calidad estudiantil. Ajá. ¿Se entiende? Entonces ustedes lo que tienen que hacer es ver de lo que ustedes reconozcan del activismo si tienen algo que aportar. Y hay veces que decimos, no, pero yo no soy activista, yo no me muevo nada de eso, pero ¿qué pasa si ustedes no tienen agua en su casa un día? O si les dejan la basura en su calle durante una semana. ¿Qué van a hacer? Lo primero que pasa es que se pone un problema, y los problemas se atacan a través de dos líneas, públicas y privadas. Privadas es que la familia se junta y dice que se haga. Algo pública es que salen y hablan con el gobierno. Entonces, piensen ustedes en alguna forma de hacer frente a un problema desde el activismo. Y el activismo se da en tres líneas: social, empresarial y ahorita vamos a ver académico, que está diciendo, pero lo pueden aterrizar desde la familia, el núcleo de la vida de su familia. Entonces piensen, siempre hay un hermano o una hermana, en mi caso soy yo, que se han casado, ¿no? No lo habíamos notado. Que no le gusta algo y dice, yo no estoy de acuerdo, ¿sí? Bueno, así empieza el activismo, levantando la voz y diciendo que no estamos de acuerdo. Y lo hacemos en varias líneas. Una de las líneas es hablar, otras es escribir, otras es simplemente me voy, ¿no? Porque no estoy de acuerdo, pero no me voy a quejar, entonces me voy.
Veo a que listening.
¿Sí? ¿Ya tienen más o menos la idea? Échenle su rojo pecho, que necesitamos que pasar si no viene la jefa y llevar.
Les voy a ver su soporte. A ver, ustedes están aquí.
Con carrera. No sé si.
No, degree. Degree, ok. Degree.
Can you move our computers? Because they can see us. My dear, you can take my
want me to move it?
Around the aquatic
Related to, related.
okay. That one, right?
Related to,
Thank you. Now, see. Vamos a la, ya todos se pasaron a la tercera, vamos a la que sigue.
Really like it, the fact that you guys are using English. Girl.
We try.
Yeah.
Vamos a la número 4.
¿Qué pone la número 4?
¿Ya tiene la número 4?
¿Qué tan importante es la educación? ¿Qué tan importante es hablar sobre el cambio climático en la educación?
La educación también.
No, ¿qué tan importante es el cambio en la educación del clima para tomar acción en el clima?
En el cambio
climático. ¿Ok? Ok, ¿por qué es importante saber acerca de esto? Todos tenemos que tener acceso a la información, porque si permanecemos ignorantes ante esta problemática, no vamos a saber cómo prevenir el cambio climático.
No.
¿Ok? ¿Sí entendieron la pregunta?
¿Se entendió acá adelante?
Sí.
¿Ya pudieron explicar, chicas?
Ya.
Okay. Once you're done, you can like notify us.
I'm done. To make people talking, to make people. Sí, de que la gente sepa.
Esta última pregunta, ¿la entendieron?
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Ya tienen ideas más o menos claras? ¿No? Sí, con honestidad, así que díganme.
Si me puedes, por favor, volver a explicarla.
Ok, va. Esto es sencillo. ¿Qué tan importante es que nosotros nos eduquemos para tomar acciones en el cambio climático?
You guys get done so fast that we start discussion, right? Because discussion is the major point of the session.
Sí, a ver si nos podemos adelantar un poquito, muchachos, porque tenemos que empezar a hablar acerca de estas respuestas.
And we have to vote for your points, like the best.
Okay, y tenemos que hacer una votación. ¿Cuál es la mejor respuesta? Okay, ¿cuáles ustedes creen que es la mejor respuesta a las diferentes preguntas que han estado respondiendo? Ok, ¿qué más se les ocurre para responder a esto? ¿Cómo pueden hacer?
¿Ustedes dicen que ya acabaron?
Ya.
¿Ya? Ajá. ¿Quién más? ¿Ya acabó?
Pero tienen que hacer.
No, pues no tengo preguntas.
Por eso, o sea, que con dos. Ok, vale, perfecto. Ah, yo que venía aquí 5 horas, no vale nada. Vale, perfecto. Pues ya está, entonces.
¿Sí? Sí. Ahora, por eso quiero que sea el resumen con ella, con Bea, ¿no?
Ah, sí.
Ay, te llevo con la.
No,
oye, pero ¿por qué tienes la computadora?
Porque quieren que se vea el salón y la participación.
¿Está prendida?
Sí.
Sí.
No podía sacar. ¿Cuántas falta para terminar? Ya, 2, acá 3, por acá. Ya 4. Ok. ¿Ya terminaste? Ya, 5. Allá la chica del final ya terminó. Ya casi, ya 6. Bueno, vamos a empezar la discusión. En este momento yo voy a estar escribiendo, entonces ellas dos van a apoyar para la discusión, ¿sale? Cualquier cosa, si no se entiende, aquí estoy.
Ok, siempre tenemos esa palabra, ¿no? Discusión, no vamos a discutir, vamos a hablar acerca de, ok, no nos...
Dialogar.
Sí, dialogar, no nos vayamos a poner el empate de diálogo. We have already finished, so if you want, we can...
No, they are going to discuss right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so in about 10 minutes, we will start the conclusion. So start putting the main points in the last area. And the main session, the final session will be with the main. So you have it in this. You'll unmute himself, so everyone will be able to listen. The volume is full. Okay.
So everybody has to present like why your team thinks that this is an important point for this question. And all that. Okay. Porque tienen que decir eso, ok, porque es importante esta pregunta y esa respuesta que están dando. Argumenten, ustedes pueden volver técnicos.
Y todos tienen que explicarlo, lo tienen que ver en la cámara.
Okay, first things first. Let's start. So, everyone is done?
Done.
Yeah.
Yes, here.
Well, let's someone just read out the first question. That's our first question. Can you volunteer to read out the first question?
Okay, alguien para leer la... Yeah.
Yay, very good.
What should be the action points for the inclusion to climate action?
A ver.
Ok, la primera pregunta, ¿se acuerdan de lo que respondieron?
¿Cuáles deberían ser nuestros puntos de acción para nuestra inclusión al cambio climático?
Exactamente, ¿cómo se pueden integrar al cambio climático?
¿Cómo se puede incluir al cambio climático? Esa fue la primera. Todos aquí ustedes todos pusieron sus respuestas.
Sí.
Pero ya vamos a votar por los cuatro. Sí, pueden votar, pero antes de votar hay que discutirlas. Para llegar a una y ya la vamos a poner hasta el final. Ok, vamos a ver. ¿Qué respuestas tenemos? ¿Me puedes ayudar a leer una, por favor, de las respuestas de la primera pregunta?
Okay, sí, pues, bueno, leo la que yo puse, que es no tener más de lo que consumo, ¿no?
Muy bien, no tener más de lo que consumo. A ver, de este lado, ¿qué pusieron? No waste water. Ajá. Recaudar agua de la... Muy bien. De este lado, los chicos de acá adelante. Hello.
Reducir el tiempo de consumo de agua.
Ajá, el agua, sí, uso el agua.
Bueno, ahí también entraría, yo puse que la desinformación ante el cambio o el gasto de agua, el gasto de otros recursos.
Muy bien.
Cambiar hábitos alimentarios.
Ajá, acá, allá, por favor.
Mantener las luces apagadas.
Muy bien. ¿Por cuál votar? Para hacer una votación.
So you had each other's points, right?
Yeah.
So out of, do they have access to each other's points? Yes. So which one do you think?
They were now there to vote it, but now they're going to vote which one is the best. Entonces, a ver, ya tienen ustedes todas.
And then we ask who is the which one. Then I'm going to put the points that will be voted for. All of you know what you feel we should go with, right? Everyone has what they think is urgent, right? So we are going to vote one by one response. The majority answer is what we are going to vote.
A ver, dale. Entonces, ¿por cuál votan? ¿Por cuál votan?
We'll go with 2 points.
Las dos mejores, ¿sí se me da? Las dos mejores. ¿Cuáles tienen? Tenemos una general de agua, ¿no? Pero agua. Y yo también votaría por la de cambiar chili en naves.
Hábitos alimenticios.
¿Qué dicen los demás?
Hábitos alimenticios se reduce el consumo de agua.
Ahí está. ¿Qué dicen los demás? A ver, queremos escucharlos.
O sea, ¿que vamos a dejar de comer carne todos?
¡Sí!
Yo ya lo hice.
Yo también.
Sí,
Ok, entonces tenemos reducción de agua y cambiar hábitos alimenticios. Excelente, voy a jalar esos dos entonces, ¿sale? Vamos a ver qué sigue. Por favor, mira, the next one.
Number 2. Someone read for us question 2.
¿Cuál era la número 2?
How various employment fields need to focus on climate change.
Pardon?
How various employment fields need to focus on climate change.
So, what was your response?
Okay, ¿cuál es la respuesta que...?
I want the response in English, though.
Okay.
Read for us, what was your response?
En inglés o
in inglés.
Yo era español y yo no traducía.
Use of
Sustainability.
technologies and tools.
Use of sustainable technologies and tools.
Okay.
You?
Yo le he puesto también de la implementación de algunas pruebas piloto en las energías renovables.
Okay, implement some pilot tests regarding technology. renewable technologies.
Komal, she wanted to record our discussion session. Do you want to call? She wanted to record something, so.
But it's being recorded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are you saying I'm here? No se preocupe, no, ya. Sí se puede, sí se puede, ¿no? ¿Sí?
Reducing the power consumption of many computer equipment.
Okay. You want to listen, right? And you have, make sure you analyze points properly before we vote. And then, what's this?
Bueno, yo la segunda pregunta respondí, consumo moderable de los recursos por economía.
Okay. ¿No de consumerism? ¿De qué?
No, consumo moderable de los recursos por economía, o sea, para economizar, ¿no?
Okay. Reduce consumerism in order to reduce
reduce what?
Consumerism. Stop consuming.
Okay.
Stop buying things.
Okay.
El uso de amparados para la energía.
That's it. By stopping to buy things, what kind of things exactly?
¿Qué tipo de cosas exactamente es lo que es? Ok, pues bueno, yo puse consumo moderable de los recursos, pues sería tanto, pues no sé, agua,
water, energy.
O sea, para economizar, no más que nada, pues si estamos hablando de muchas como servicios básicos. Exacto, para basic service.
Water, like instead of using, for example, right now we are using a lot of lamps. Yes? Maybe we could be using only one.
Oh, so reducing energy consumption.
Energy. Okay. Next one, please. El uso de aparatos para la energía.
Okay. The use of this kind of technology, which helps us to reduce the energy. Like this kind of, I don't know how to say that in English.
Like solar.
Light bulb, yes, solar panels. And we also have something, instead of being solar panels, it is light bulbs, but they are like, in order to reduce the consumption.
Do you mind helping us take pictures of our room, like all our activities, and then you'll share them with me?
Sure.
Pictures, videos, and then we'll make a platform and share with everyone. Okay, so she shared her points.
What? ¿El uso de qué? Okay, it's the same thing. We have in here in Mexico, I don't know in the country, but here we have like different light bulbs, and these light bulbs are in order to reduce the light. They don't consume as much as the regular light bulbs. So I don't know if you have a name for that in English.
Reducing light intensity of the
yeah, but not only the intensity, because light is the same. What it reduces is the energy you are taking. Exactly. Yeah.
So pure energy.
Of course.
Maybe we'll put the change the actual.
Wow, this one is going to be challenging. So you won't have each other's points, right?
Yeah.
So,
That's question number 2, right?
Sí.
Yeah, that's question number 2.
So we conclude that. ¿Qué concluimos?
¿Cuál sería la mejor respuesta?
Inversión en energía limpia. Inversión en energía limpia. Dicen los demás.
Okay.
Agree? Disagree? You don't care.
Investment on clean energies.
Which one? So all of you are voting. So let's just put investment of clean energies, right? Sorry, yeah, I was going. Investment in clean energies.
Yes.
It like sums up everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you guys like we're thinking together.
Number 3. Okay, la número 3, ¿cuál tienen respuesta?
Someone read ago. Someone behind there, read down. Question 3.
Wait, because they are moving.
Someone is.
Entonces, regresamos. Número.
It's happening something to the.
We can't read because something.
Like flashing.
Oh.
A ver, no se preocupe. how activities on climate change is related in Latin America.
How activism in climate change is landing in Latin America. Okay. So, someone starting from behind. What's your response? Pay attention while your friends are giving their responses.
Generating new degrees relating to this problem.
Generating new degrees relating to this problem. Okay.
¿Están entendiendo?
Yes.
Hi, Kevin.
You might explain it in Spanish so that Tamar listen to her like.
Hi, Kevin. Mi respuesta se basa en
Sorry for it.
generar como que nuevas carreras para que pues generar nuevos profesionales que puedan contribuir a es lo que tienes aquí. ¿Usted tú lo escribiste? Ajá. Entonces, ¿qué más? Esa es la primera respuesta, ¿no? Es la respuesta 3. ¿Quién más?
Yo puse campañas de
¿Quién más?
Yo puse que están generando conciencia en la comunidad más pobre.
Yo pensé que hay necesidades de productos que sean de consumo diario, pero que sean con el ambiente. Muy bien, mira, yo puse la generación de arquitectura inteligente para el aprovechamiento de la luz. Muy bien, muy importante. Estamos con el a ver, ella está allá, ustedes están acá. ¿Por cuál votan? ¿Por cuál votan? Por la mía. Sí, de las carreras. De las carreras, acá por cuál votan. Conciencia, ay, conciencia, ahí está. Conciencia y carrera, queda la que sigue. ¿Quién la lee?
La última.
La 4, ¿no? 4.
How important is climate education for taking climate action?
Ok, claro, respondan. ¿Qué responden? To make people aware.
To make people aware. To make people aware. Okay.
La que sigue.
And then, has everyone given their response?
No, this is the first one. ¿Cuál es la siguiente?
Yeah. You're done with your responses. That's all you. What was your response?
Sí.
It's very important for the change of the planet.
Okay. In order to change the picture of the planet.
Okay.
Like we need to make people aware of this problem. Okay.
Okay. Bueno, la 4 yo contesté, satisfacer nuestras necesidades y comprometer las generaciones futuras.
Okay, to satisfy our basic needs in order to get the generaciones futuras.
Satisfacer nuestras necesidades sin comprometer las generaciones futuras.
Okay, without
compromising the future generations.
Okay. Okay.
Yo puse que necesitamos tener las bases del conocimiento para poder generar nuevos proyectos.
Okay, we need to have the foundation of conocimiento, of the insight, of knowledge, in order to, ¿para qué?
Para crear nuevos proyectos.
In order to create new projects.
Unmute yourself on Zoom and tell Kevin that you want to present.
Okay.
As quickly as possible.
I didn't understand what she...
Entonces,
Okay, very good. La siguiente.
era muy importante ya que las generaciones toman las acciones actuales para mejorar la calidad de vida y el ambiente natural.
Okay, to educate new generations.
Pero yo puse que era muy importante ya que los seres humanos dependemos del medio ambiente y es responsabilidad cuidarlo para garantizar el desarrollo social de futuras generaciones.
Okay, it is of vital importance in order to take into account and take into consideration all those things. It is of crucial importance so that future generations are being taken care of.
Okay, so let's vote.
¿Cuál es la mejor? ¿Cuál votan? Estamos dos. Sí, yo creo que la que dijo él está muy completa. Sí, esa. ¿De cuál otra? ¿O nos quedamos con una? Pues yo creo que con esa. Dale, listo. Ya terminamos. Ahora sí, vamos a cerrar la sesión. Y luego el siguiente Felicidades.
So, we need someone, one of them to come in and do something because
Necesitamos a uno de ustedes para que venga y en voz.
we need someone who is going to present.
Necesitamos a uno que presente.
So look at what share with them our final points. So you're going to present and tell them why our final before we even present. We are going to review. For the first question, why did we choose the first? What was the first question? Everyone look at the first question. What was it?
What should be the action points for inclusion to climate action?
Okay, action point 3. So what was our response? Why did we choose?
Right. Maybe
A ver, en la pregunta 1, ¿cómo quedamos? ¿Quién lo tiene? La respuesta, todos lo tienen. Era el de gastar agua y lo de...
Cambios alimenticios.
Muy bien, ahora, de esas dos, bueno, ¿quién le gustaría pasar a decirlo? No aquí, sino van a ir a otra sala.
Lo pueden decir en
¿No
español,
tantos,
¿eh? Va, ya
Muy
está.
bien, ya está.
Extra punto. Al ratito hablo con tu profesora y ya verás.
Yeah. Someone should come up and tell us why.
¿Por qué?
Yeah. Why?
Sí, ¿por qué eligieron esa respuesta?
Pues porque gran parte de las respuestas se basaban en bajar el consumo de agua y pues la parte de los cambios alimenticios igual tiene que ver un poquito con lo del agua, ya que pues sabemos que el sector ganadero es el que más consume agua.
Well, because in general, they chose water, no? The problematic of water, that the reduction of it, and
Y cambio de hábitos alimenticios, pues también tiene un poco de cambio.
because changing your eating habits
It's related to the water consumption. I mean, to decrease the water consumption.
Vamos a dos.
Can we have a girl give tell us why you voted for his response?
¿Que por qué tú votaste por mi respuesta?
Ya lo dijo. Pero es que siento que los cambios alimenticios, cuando se cambian alimentación es algo muy importante, ya que también, wait.
Because it is really important that we start changing our consumerism eating habits. Because if we reduce our eating habits, of course, the change has to be, is going to be seen.
Okay, so we are supposed to present our responses with the team on the other side. So I'm going to reach out to them and tell them for it ready. And then this is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to choose the person who gave us the point to tell us why you think that is important, and then we're going to choose a random person because all of you agreed upon the point, right?
Porque vamos a hacer exactamente lo mismo, pero con otra persona que va a venir. Pero ahora esta vez vamos a elegir a una persona al azar para que diga por qué es importante lo que han elegido, ¿vale? Lo que hemos estado discutiendo hasta ahorita. So, ¿quién va a ir? ¿Quién va a ir?
I'm coming. Let me go tell them.
Ok. Ahora sí.
Parte de la sala, ahí nada más de la sala y ya esta te va a jalar de la general. Nada más sale de la sala.
Recording in progress.
¿La primera pregunta?
Sí, la primera pregunta es esta. Which should be the action points? ¿Cuáles serían las acciones de acción climática para generar inclusión? Sí.
Bueno, nuestras acciones sería divulgar y difundir, tomar acción sin esperar a otros para hacer algo y reeducar a la población gobernante.
En la segunda pregunta.
La segunda pregunta son
los empleados.
acerca de los empleados, bueno, asesores energéticos en todas las empresas, consejos de investigadores para tomar decisiones, enfoque sistémico para análisis personal, siendo regenerativo.
La tercera pregunta es el de acción climática. ¿Cómo fomentarla en Latinoamérica?
La acción climática, ¿cómo implementarla en Latinoamérica? Sería la...
¿Pueden escucharme? Bueno, ya me escuchan por allá. No sé si haya eco, si la otra computadora esté funcionando.
¿Me escuchas, Iván?
Ok.
Bueno, ¿me escuchas?
¿Pueden apagar el micrófono, por favor?
Iván, ¿me escuchas? Bueno, Iván, ¿me escuchas?
So, can you hear us, Kevin?
No, Iván, ¿me escuchas?
You're muted, Kevin.
No los escucho. No. A ver, Bueno, ¿me escuchas, Iván?
Yo los escucho.
Bueno.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, so here we were talking about the points of group number 1. So we're missing the last 2 questions. So I'll give the microphone to the person who is actually talking. So these are the last 2 questions. So the next one is about how to promote activism in Latin America. So go ahead.
¿Desde la primera?
La tercera.
La tercera, herramientas para fomentar personas con criterios y divulgación en grupos de acción involucrando a las generaciones nuevas.
Esta es la 4. Esta es la 3.
Okay. La reeducación a servidores públicos dedicados a la seguridad pública, promover el turismo sostenible, aplicable y verificable, inculcar a las nuevas generaciones y cultura del cuidado del medio ambiente.
Y la última pregunta, la de educación.
La educación es la herramienta para formar personas con criterios y divulgación en grupos de acción, involucrando a las nuevas generaciones, tomar valores como pilar fundamental y la educación a futuro.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Room number 2, I think. Ivan, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, so okay. So for question 1, which is what should be the action points for youth inclusion to climate action? Our group decided that the 2 most important topics to be considered was number 1, lack of awareness, and number 2, they said we need a guidance. They were reflecting on how they would like to do to take action, but they don't know, they don't have the means, they don't know who to go with in order to make this. So not just like with the knowledge that they have, but also with someone that can guide them through the best possible way into this. So this was for question 1. In question 2, which is how various employment fields need to focus on climate change. We were discussing a lot about this, and we, the group ended up with these conclusions. The most important was environmental security and also the polity class, that doing laws and enforcing them. We were reflecting on how important it is to enforce the laws and to make, like, to prepare people that can actually do that, because even if we have laws, if there's no one following them, then there's no use for that. So effective and efficient laws and law enforcement will be a priority. Then for question number 3, how activism on climate change is lagging in Latin America? We got these 2 topics. The first one will be as lack of motivation. That's someone that is holding us from progressing into this topic in the region, and also political interest. Then again, politicians and decision makers are the ones who can take the decisions, who can make the difference, who can, the ones who have a word actually in how things work in the country or in each country. So it is really important to get into them. However, in order to do that, education is key. And finally, question number 4, which will be how important is climate education for taking climate action? So we ended up putting 3 here. First will be knowledge acquisition, under the basis that it's really important to know something in order to make something about it. If you don't know that there's a problem, there's no possible way you can find or try to look for a solution. Also, innovation is not only that you are aware of the problem, but also that you are trying to figure out new ways in which you can use to solve them. And so finally, education for future generations. And this is also pretty much transversal topic in all of this. If people don't know what is happening, if people don't know what needs to be done, if people don't know where to access or who to come close to in order to progress into this, then it will be really difficult to take action as a community and even as individuals. So this will be like our conclusions for the workshop number 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivan. Room number 3. Yes, room number 3. Okay, come.
Michelle.
Yeah. Michelle will present. She's now room number 3 gathered with room number 1, so we are hosting them.
Okay. Bueno, entonces por conclusiones, en la pregunta número 1, decidimos que es prevención antes de llegar a las consecuencias, ¿no? También hacer la comunicación mediante las redes sociales, ya que pues es una manera en la que nosotros podemos estar más cerca de la comunidad juvenil y es lo que estamos utilizando más actualmente, ¿no? O sea, sería... Gracias. Perfecto. Sí, bueno, impartir esta educación, impartir esta información por medio de las redes sociales, que es lo que más estamos utilizando últimamente. Eso está ahí en la pregunta número 1. En la 2, concientizar de bajar el número de hijos, pues porque, bueno, como lo saben, ¿no? Está existiendo una gran sobrepoblación actualmente y pues entre más personas, más residuos. Entonces, ahí está eso. Y también los que ya estamos, ¿no? Actualmente. Aumentar esa concientización personal. La segunda, en construcción, porque estábamos hablando acerca de las industrias que más generan, y pues está justo esta, que es construcción, generar ladrillos de material reciclado, y eso está. En la tercera creo que no pusieron ningún post-it del 3, pero algo que ahí era, o sea, dejar o evitar que el gobierno deje de minimizar el problema, ¿no? Porque es lo que normalmente está pasando, ahí está, dejar de minimizar pues a los demás también entre nosotros, no solamente el gobierno, sino que nosotros como personas, porque pues después entre nosotros mismos como población, inclusive nos estamos burlando, ¿no? Decimos, no, es que, ¿cómo es eso de concientización o de los activistas? O sea, los hacemos en menos o los simplemente nos burlamos, ¿no? Entonces evitar eso. Y la última, la de la importancia de la educación ambiental, pues es muy importante, o sea, ¿por qué? Porque, y no solamente nada más ahorita en la comunidad juvenil, sino que desde que estamos chiquitas, desde chiquitos, desde pequeños. ¿Por qué? Porque así ya venimos con unas bases. Está lo de la falta de actualización de la educación. Ahí decíamos, por ejemplo, algunos que estamos pues, en estudios, en carreras, que vienen planes un poquito más atrasados, pero aún así estamos porque pues es la carrera al fin y al cabo. Pero como nosotros como personas, pues ser autodidacta y pues buscar información. Educación ambiental personalizada, en este punto lo decíamos porque no vamos a decirle lo mismo a una persona de campo que a una persona de ciudad. Estamos conscientes que cada quien tiene como que una forma de pensar, ya cada quien trae sus ideales, entonces, pues, o sea, tomar en cuenta demasiado ese punto. Y educación en los padres de familia, ¿por qué? Porque, o sea, no nada más es hacia nosotros como estudiantes, como jóvenes, sino que si a nuestros padres logramos como que cambiarles a lo mejor o implementarles, meterles estas nuevas ideas o estas realidades que estamos viendo, ellos pues pueden educar a sus niños desde chiquitos, ¿no? Para evitar como que esa información hasta apenas ahorita, ya demasiado tarde, o sea, sino que empezar desde pequeños. Si los padres lo saben, los hijos también. Y eso es todo.
Thank you very much. Then room number 4, please, go ahead. Emita. Go ahead, Mita. No sé cuál funciona.
Room number 4.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So for question one.
Bueno, nosotros elegimos el cambio en los hábitos de alimentación, principalmente porque sabemos que gran parte del consumo de agua pues va enfocado a la agricultura y ganadería. Entonces, una parte también de reducir este consumo del recurso hídrico, pues es un poquito cambiando los hábitos alimenticios.
También elegimos disminuir el consumo de agua, ya que, pues, como ya hemos visto aquí, por ejemplo, en México, ha visto muchas problemáticas al respecto, ya con lo pasado de Monterrey. Siento que es algo muy obvio que tenemos que cuidar un poco más el agua, porque pues sabemos que no hay demasiada. En la pregunta 2, nosotros elegimos de energías. La de las energías renovables y reducir el consumo energético.
Sí. Ok. Bueno, elegimos principalmente estas respuestas debido a que sabemos que pues hay un gran consumo de energía, ¿no? Tanto en aparatos y todo eso, lo cual contribuye pues a la contaminación. También lo que es invertir en más energías limpias, por así decirlo, pues para mejorar un poco lo que es no contribuir al cambio climático. Question 3.
Para la pregunta 3, nosotros decidimos poner como respuesta viable la generación de nuevas carreras para hacer conciencia, sobre todo en los jóvenes, que se podría considerar que somos el futuro.
Question 3.
Bueno, y el por qué es porque los jóvenes pues forman parte de las generaciones futuras, lo que hace que pues estos implementen los proyectos que se han llevado a cabo desde este momento y más que nada pues
empleen el ámbito educativo para que pues, los jóvenes, incluso en preparatoria, universidad, etcétera, pues empiezan a entrar en este ámbito de la sustentabilidad.
Bueno, en la respuesta 4, lo que determinamos es que es muy importante tener conocimiento porque los seres humanos dependemos del medio ambiente y es responsabilidad de nosotros cuidarlo y procurarlo para futuras generaciones.
Y ya decidimos poner esa respuesta porque, pues como ya lo había dicho mi compañero, nosotros vivimos aquí y debemos cuidar el medio ambiente y el planeta si queremos seguir viviendo aquí.
That's it from room 4. So we're done with our presentation. So what's the point?
Thank you, Mira. Maybe we can start with the workshop 4 activity now. Kevin, can you lead?
Yes. So now we start with the second workshop. Thank you very much. Ahí se meten. Miren, escriban lo que voy a escriir. The pop. They want to join the pop movement. A ver, escriban esto. thepopmovement.org.
No sé para qué no quiero.
¿Sin espacio? Así es, sin espacio.
Es que tendríamos que hablar.
Y le dan clic donde dice Contact Us. Arriba del lado derecho. Ahí le dan clic. Y ahí ponen su información. Eso también va a ayudar a que nos podamos arrastrar en el mapa, ¿va? Entonces, no se les olvide meterse a la Moment. para que vean el beneficio. Entre las cosas que de beneficios de Pop Movement, de que damos asesoría a los proyectos que ustedes tienen, también pueden involucrarse en otros proyectos que ya existen. Y finalmente tienen la posibilidad de conocer, por ejemplo, a la doctora Rosalía Arteaga, que fue la expresidenta de Ecuador. Pueden conocer a ministros del sur de Australia. Entonces, imagínense tener esta posibilidad de conocer ese tipo de gente. Eso lo pueden hacer a través de Pop Movement, así que ingresen a popmovement.org, donde dice contactos, ahí lo ponen y ponen sus datos. ¿Sí? Antes de que se vayan. Eso. ¿Vende? Le pones member, o ponen miembro, después ponen en español, miembro de Pop Movement, quiero ser miembro. Los demás, no se vayan, viene algo muy interesante, el taller número 4. No me dejan mentir que estuvo para el taller 1. ¿Sí les gustó o no les gustó? ¿Sí? Está bien. Bien. Miren, tengo que dar regalos y no sé a quién hacer.
Al que quiera dibujar.
Un sorteo.
Will we make the workshop number 2, Lucia?
Yeah. You can start, Iván.
Tengo 2 playeras que dar. Ya se, vamos a hacer así. El que más participe en esta sesión, los 2 que más participen en esta sesión, les damos playera. ¿Listo?
Recording in progress.
Porque
Recording in
a lo mejor
progress.
no tenemos a la persona o a la planta o a la empresa ahí, pero sí ya tenemos como que algunas ideas y algo con algo con lo cual nosotros tomar como base, ¿no? O sea, para implementar mucho más o hacerlo más grande.
Ok, hacer más accesible la información. A ver, todos, incluso los que están ahorita parados caminando adentro, todos levanten la mano quien crea que las energías renovables son limpias.
Okay.
Limpias. ¿Quién cree que las energías renovables no son limpias? Y si les pongo una palabra ahí que a lo mejor te podría resolver todo y siempre tener la mano levantada, ¿quién cree que las energías renovables son más limpias? Ah, ¿verdad? Sí, eso es muy importante. ¿Por qué? Porque a lo mejor un país que tiene la expertise de energía renovable nos puede venir a instalar, nos da información, nos la brinde, nos da capacitación. Y ahí nos instala a lo mejor una planta donde nosotros vamos y podemos trabajar y aprender de maravilla. Pero lo que no podemos hacer es casarnos con que ese ya es la panacea y con eso vamos a salvar el planeta. Porque recuerden que eso pasó con la Revolución Verde, nos dijeron que con eso resolvíamos el hambre del mundo y no pasó. Entonces, creo que la capacitación es buena, creo que nos es muy bueno que nos manden y nos pongan las plantas para que aprendamos y nos den la información. Pero ¿qué más faltaría?
Yo siento que ocupamos como más apoyo del gobierno, ¿no? Para que implementar, por ejemplo, venimos de una escuela reciente y creo que es una nueva alternativa de como crear nuevos profesionistas enfocados hacia eso, no como pretender de pues, los países externos, sino simplemente generar innovación y generar como que avances, y así pues,
hacer los suyos, ¿no? Y no depender de alguien más, o sea, para que depender.
Exacto, podemos empezar a innovar desde nuestro país a través del impulso del gobierno, de las mismas empresas nacionales y no tener que depender solamente del extranjero. Muy bien, ¿qué más pueden hacer para que nos favorezcan lo que ya tienen como expertise en otros países y nosotros podemos adoptarlo en nuestro país y empezar a crecer? ¿Qué más podríamos hacer? ¿Cómo? Alguien, espérame, micrófono para que te escuchen también a nivel mundial. Te vuelas bien famoso, Brasil. Listo, adelante.
Bueno, yo decía que explotarlo, ¿no? Porque, pero desarrollarlo más, porque, por ejemplo, en Oaxaca, que es donde están los campos eólicos, es muy poco, ¿no? Lo que hay de eso, y hay otras zonas que sí tienen más potencial para producir esa energía eólica. O incluso poner en el desierto los paneles solares. Siento yo que es lo que falta, como explotar tanta biodiversidad que tenemos en el país y aprovechar de eso.
Me parece bien. Ahora la pregunta es, ¿y por qué no?
No, porque
De acuerdo.
De proyectos. Tomen en cuenta que todos los recursos que se van a llevar para construir una ciudad de ese calibre se implica una explotación de otro lado, ¿no? Entonces, regresamos a la huella. Recuerden la huella.
Me parece muy acertada. La verdad es que el tema de ingeniería en cuestión de energía eléctrica no es muy fuerte,
pero me parece muy viable. Y el tema, muy importante lo que dices, y el tema de aprovechar todos los desiertos para eso, tienes toda la razón. Obviamente hay organismos que a lo mejor no los vemos, pero existen muchos organismos en el desierto que estaríamos afectando y bueno, muchas otras cosas que estaríamos generando en cuestión del albedo, ¿no? Y como la radiación solar, como lo estamos ahora sí que liberando nuevamente la atmósfera, y eso sería a lo mejor algo que nos tendríamos a hacer un planeta más frío, que eso buscamos, pero tendría otras consecuencias negativas a la larga que ahorita no hemos visto. Es muy buena tu aportación. Ahora, sin embargo, ¿qué podríamos entonces hacer? Si la opción de interconexión no funciona, pero nos pueden mandar recursos para hacer algún tipo de energía renovable, pero las energías renovables ya vimos que no son limpias, son más limpias. ¿Qué más podríamos hacer? Investigación.
Eso en Latinoamérica le hace falta. No tenemos, o bueno, no hay la educación para hacer el desarrollo. Por eso es que necesitamos importar el resto de...
Entonces ya tenemos el tema de investigación, ya tenemos que nos pueden poner una planta y entonces tendríamos también la maquinaria y bueno, todos los aparatos para poder, no solamente con la información que tenemos y la investigación que podamos desarrollar nosotros mismos, también podemos ejecutarla porque tenemos plantas que nos vienen a instalar. Muy bien, ahora el tema es que no tenemos tiempo. Entonces tenemos 7 años para lograrlo. Una posible solución que en la ronda anterior es poner energía nuclear. Entonces tendríamos que hacer mucha innovación, investigación, dar los sentidos. Muy bien. ¿Alguna otra cosa que quiera aportar sobre esta pregunta? Bien, vamos a leer lo que mencionan aquí. Entonces, difundir información. Difundir información. Mejorar la accesibilidad de la información. No olviden meter esa pop movement. Ya vieron cómo. Eso. Y síganos en Instagram. Recuerden que entre más personas, más alcanza el mensaje y tenemos 7 años, así que no hay de otra más que seguirnos en Instagram porque necesitamos llegar a más gente. No me lo sé de memoria, pero pop. ¿Cómo? Ella sabe.
Pop.movement.
Síganos en todas redes. Pop Movement, cualquier cosa entre paréntesis en Google le pones Pop Protect Our Planet porque luego Pop sale de muchas cosas. Pero Protect Our Planet Movement, ahí te sale todo. Bien. Y la última. Pareció, pero bueno. Ok. Vamos. Entonces, en verde, amarillo, por lo que lo quieren ver, muchísimo menos relevancia. ¿Sí? Pues lo más importante va al centro, lo menos importante va afuera. Y adentro, en el centro, está dividido en 5. Uno dice, continuar haciendo. Algunas cosas les vamos a poner como de mayor relevancia o de menor relevancia, pero hay que seguirlas haciendo. Otras es, hay que hacer más o menos de eso. Otras es, hay que empezar porque nunca lo hemos hecho. Otras es dejar de hacer. Y otras es disminuir lo que estamos haciendo. ¿Sí? Entonces, de los cuadritos, los vamos a pasar para allá. ¿Quedaron dudas? ¿No? Bien. Vamos a empezar con la primera pregunta y lo que pusimos aquí. Entonces, en la primera pregunta, la respuesta que pusimos, la pregunta era, ¿cómo aseguramos que fueran accesibles la energía renovables? Y entonces pusimos que el gobierno produzca la energía con los mismos impuestos. ¿Es en qué parte del círculo lo vamos a mover? Amarillo, ¿de qué lado? Que lo hagan más, que lo hagan menos, empezar a hacerlo, dejar de hacerlo. Start doing. ¿Ya agarraron cómo funciona eso? Bien. ¿Sí? Ok. Ahorita luego lo cambiamos de color. Bien, la siguiente. Proporcionar la innovación, promover la innovación. Muy importante, poco importante. Verde, entonces. Empezar a hacerlo, ya lo hemos hecho y hacerlo más. Ok. Keep doing. O more, hacemos más, ¿no? Entonces more. Bien. Siguiente. Ya debería tener un control. Resolvería todo. Promover la energía nuclear con conciencia de los residuos que genera. Verde, amarillo, rojo. Promover la energía nuclear. Verde. ¿Alguien da más? ¿Alguien da menos? Interesante. Entonces, todos están conscientes en que tenemos que hacerlo aquí. Pues, yo no soy ingeniero, pero todos ustedes sí. Entonces, todos buscan ingenieros. Entonces, todos ustedes, así como gremio de ingenieros, si le preguntaran a todos los ingenieros de todo México, todos dirían, hay que hacer energía nuclear.
Estoy de acuerdo.
Tiene sus cosas, todo tiene sus cosas. Sí.
Tenemos las buenas bases. Bien. Obviamente tenemos el riesgo de que va a haber en lugares que nos puedan predecir antes de que llegue.
Ok.
Bueno, yo no estoy tan de acuerdo con la energía nuclear. Hay que tomar en cuenta que actualmente ya tenemos un cementerio nuclear mundial y pues justamente es un tema muy difícil de controlar porque, bueno, conlleva muchas cosas, entre ellas que la mayor parte de los recursos nucleares se tienen que mantener bajo cámaras de enfriamiento con agua, los cuales el agua pues tiene que cambiar cada cierto punto. No, pregunta, pues creo que no es, yo no creo que sea la posible el hecho de continuar usando energía nuclear, tomando en cuenta de que todas estas radiaciones y se al todo basura, porque sigue siendo basura, o sea, va a llevar mucho más tiempo de lo que nosotros existimos, ok, en algún punto a lo mejor va a dejar de contaminar, pero de mientras, si seguimos produciendo más basura de este tipo que, pues, ¿qué hacemos? Al fin y al cabo estamos desperdiciando recursos de cierta forma, yo siento.
Ok, ¿alguien vio el documental de Al Gore de Netflix? ¿No?
Es justamente un cementerio nuclear, ¿no? Creo.
No, él menciona con comentario que él va a resolver la cuestión del planeta con la energía nuclear y que lo va a hacer de manera eficiente y que nunca más va a volver a explotar. ¿Le creen? La verdad es que yo no. Pero duden de todo, inclusive de lo que él dice, inclusive de lo que yo digo y lo que sé. Mi percepción, no sé si ustedes estén de acuerdo, es que a la mejor la energía nuclear no es la adecuada, pero a la mejor y es algo que tengamos que utilizar durante 5 años en lo que hacemos eficiente las energías renovables para hacer la transición. Pero duden de mí también. Capaz que estoy equivocado. No sé mucho de energía nuclear, pero eso podría ser.
Pues es que siento que nos estamos yendo como a lo drástico, pues. O sea, como que estamos enfocándonos, o nuestra mentalidad está enfocada que solamente va a ser energía nuclear y ya. pero pues como comentas, o sea, no es para siempre y no es explotarla a su máxima capacidad, es que de la energía nuclear se pueda partir para darle abastecimiento a esos lugares donde realmente la energía no es factible ya con combustibles fósiles. Y pues como bien se mencionaba aquí en la mesa de diálogo, pues mediante la innovación, esa basura que comenta mi compañero, pues son residuos peligrosos y justamente en este momento no tenemos la innovación tecnológica para darle una reutilización, un reuso, un reciclado que se podría dar, no sé, a lo mejor en un futuro, a todos esos residuos que se generan dentro de las plantas. Digo, aquí en México tenemos el caso de éxito de la planta nucleoeléctrica en Laguna Verde, en Veracruz, y pues hasta el momento se ha demostrado que han llevado un buen control y buena administración de la planta.
Eso es cierto, México lo ha hecho bien. No sé si podemos aplaudirle por eso, pero por lo menos lo ha hecho muy bien en ese sentido. Esperemos que puedan lograrlo hacer bien el resto de la vida, porque pues Japón no pudo, ¿no? Entonces llegó un terremoto y no le salió a Japón. Entonces, este es un país sísmico. Pero bueno, ¿dónde entonces, considerando eso, de que a lo mejor la energía nuclear no es buena, pero sí es a lo mejor lo necesario ahorita, ¿dónde lo pondrían? ¿Verde, amarillo o rojo? ¿Amarillo? ¿Tendiendo al verde o tendiendo al rojo? En el centro. Nos quitamos de problemas. Bien, y lo pondrían en menos, empezar a hacerlo, dejar de hacerlo, continuar a hacerlo o hacer, o ya no, joder, ¿cuál me faltó? O hacerlo todavía. So keep doing, en amarillo. Aquí en amarillo. So ahí ponemos a la energía nuclear. Bien. El siguiente es promover la innovación, ya lo habíamos dicho, ¿sí, no? Promover la innovación. Ok. Considerar la zona para la aplicación de las energías. ¿Dónde lo pondrían? Lo que mencionas del desierto. O sea, tomar en cuenta en dónde lo estamos, no es poner por poner, dónde lo estamos poniendo que genera más eficiente. ¿Pero en dónde lo pondrías? ¿Verde, amarillo o rojo? ¿Verde? Verde. Y sería empezar a hacerlo. O sea que aquí. Bien, siguiente. ¿Todos de acuerdo? Ok. Recientes lluvias en Oaxaca hubo deslizamiento. No tengo idea. Evitar deslizamientos. Muy bien. Entonces la siguiente es los países asisten a los otros países, ¿no? Difundir información. Verde, amarillo o rojo. Verde. Verde, ¿no? Que nos llegue y nos lleva desde más. ¿En dónde? Ya lo están haciendo, hay que hacerlo más, no lo han hecho. More off. Ok. Ahí difundir información. Costeando. O sea, que nos apoyen con dinero. Verde, amarillo, rojo. Verde. Verde. Prácticamente hasta en el centro, ¿no? Así lo más verde que se pueda. ¿Y en dónde lo pondríamos? ¿Empezar a cero o ya nos mandan dinero? ¿Alguien sabe si ya nos mandan dinero? ¿Quién dice que sí? Tú. ¿De dónde?
De Estados Unidos, las remesas.
¿Pero enfocado a eso?
O sea, también debemos un montón de dinero, ¿no? La deuda externa. Así que dinero nos llega. Y debemos dinero.
Tenemos deuda, sí. Bueno, hay una cosa en Estados Unidos que se llama la USAID. USAID, ¿no? Como de ayuda. Como un juego de palabras entre Estados Unidos y ayuda, ¿no? Pero bueno, el punto es de que mandan recursos para hacer proyectos sociales, ambientales y demás. Así que sí llega dinero específicamente para eso. En Alemania tienen una agencia que se llama GIZ, Agencia de Cooperación Alemana. Mandan dinero para hacer este tipo de cosas. O sea, sí existe, sí ya llega el dinero. Y si vayamos al Climate Action Fund, mandan dinero para acción climática. O sea, de que nos llega, nos llega. Pues lo que hay que promover es que nos llegue mucho más, ¿no? Pues lo ponemos en verde casi en el centro donde dicen, ¿sí? ¿De acuerdo todos? Sí. Bien. Sigue investigación. Verde, amarillo, rojo. Verde. ¿Y ya lo hacen, no lo hacen? Veo que ella tiene ganas de platicar.
Sí.
Ya le dio pena. Muy bien. Entonces, ¿hacerlo más? Ya lo hacen, ya nos mandan información. Ok. Perdón. Ok. Vale. Envío de recursos, ya mandamos. Bueno, pero no solamente dinero, otros recursos. ¿Qué otros recursos se les ocurre? Materiales, exactamente.
Si no materiales.
Ah, materiales, hasta humanos, ¿no? Pero ¿qué? Verde, amarillo, rojo.
Sería verde, ¿no? En hacerlo. ¿Sí, no? Ah, no, en empezar. ¿No?
Empezar, verde. Ok, entonces que nos manden materiales para que construyamos nuestras propias plantas. De lo que sea, no sé de qué todavía, pero nuestras plantas, ¿sí? ¿De acuerdo? Okay, ¿cómo te llamas? Sebastián. Te veo dudando, con cara así de no estoy seguro.
Sí, pero hay que tomar en cuenta las patentes. Las investigadoras no nos van a regalar nada más así como porque sí. Bueno, yo estoy viendo lo del lado económico ahorita, ¿no? Es como este tipo de patentes, no creo que nada más sea como de, pues sí, ya investigué como por 100 años esta cosa y bueno, te la voy a regalar para que lo hagas. No, así no funciona el neoliberalismo. Entonces, pues, sí, estaría padre. Sí lo veo como que sí, ojalá lo empezaran a hacer, pero, o sea, en el mundo con el contexto que tenemos, no creo que pase.
Entonces podríamos poner un nuevo cuadrito que sería a lo mejor democratizar las patentes. Dudo mucho que pase, pero podríamos hacer algo, generar acuerdos que faciliten la adquisición de las patentes. Y eso lo ponemos en verde. En empezar a hacerlo.
Empezar a hacerlo.
Ok. Y en el caso de recursos, ¿en dónde lo ponemos? Empezar a hacerlo, y dejar de hacerlo, hacerlo más. Hacerlo, recursos me refiero a materiales. ¿Empezar a hacerlo? La verdad desconozco si nos mandan cosas. Sé que existen biodigestores de Israel que nosotros incluso ponemos aquí en México, pero no es que nos los manden gratis. ¿Va? Entonces, ¿empezar a hacerlo? Va. Siguiente. Mejorar la accesibilidad de la información. Verde. Y
Hacerlo más, ¿no?
hacerlo más. Ok. Siguiente. Y desarrollar potencialidades. No sé qué quisimos decir con eso.
Lo que entendí es impulsar la creatividad. Hacerlo más. Para mí sería el verde.
Bien. ¿Qué podríamos decir entonces como resumen de este círculo? ¿Qué es lo que debemos dejar de hacer? ¿Qué pusimos en rojo? Nada. En amarillo, la energía nuclear. No tenemos ni idea. Ok. Todo lo demás lo pusimos en verde. O sea que nos falta mucho por hacer y no tanto dejar de hacer en cuestión energética. Ok. De todo lo del círculo, ¿qué pusimos en dejar de hacer? Nada. En hacer menos. En continuar haciendo. Uno. No sabemos cuál porque. Sí, investigación y demás. Exactamente. En hacer por primera vez. La innovación, ¿no? ¿Cuál otra? Y recursos. Recursos económicos era continuar haciendo. O sea, hacer más, de hecho. ¿Qué otros pusimos más? Las patentes, la tuya, tu idea era la primera. La de las patentes es empezar a hacer lo de favorecer la adquisición de las patentes. ¿Qué más? Hacer más. La difusión. ¿Y qué pasó con la de las plantas? ¿Dónde lo pusimos? Lo de la instalación de las plantas. Entonces, como llegan y nos ponen la industria y entonces ya la aprendemos. Seguir haciendo, ¿no? Ya lo hacen, ¿no? La energía eólica que tenemos en el país prácticamente es inversión de España. ¿Sí? Bien. ¿Dudas hasta aquí? ¿No? Entonces, en resumidas cuentas, ¿qué energía nos favorece aquí en México? Sabemos. No se sabe, pero sabemos que no queremos poner todos los desiertos llenos de paneles solares. También sabemos que no tenemos idea si vamos a poner planta nuclear, pero si ponemos es momentáneo. Hay que hacer mucha investigación al respecto y las demás ni las tocamos, ¿cierto? Bien, pues eso es todo de este taller. Ahora, yo les prometí playeras, ¿cierto? Entonces, sí, sí. Un aplauso, porque vamos a dar playeras. Yo no tengo, de Pop Movement, así que siéntanse afortunados. No sé si estos también, no sé, pero por lo menos sé que tengo 2. Ahorita checamos si tenemos más. Es que allá hay un bonche, pero no sé si también. Entonces, suponiendo que nomás son 2. Entre ustedes, ¿quién considera que fue el más participativo? El Marco, que ya se fue. Él, ¿cómo se llama? Jorge Aguilar. ¿Tu nombre? Sebastián. Yo diría que también ella, ¿nos contamos? ¿Cómo te llamas? Naomi, tú también participaste en muchos temas. Daniela. ¿Alguien más? Ya van 4. ¿Cómo te llamas? Daniel. 5. Listo, estos 5 son los que más participaron, ¿cierto? Bien. ¿A quién le damos primero de estos 5? Por acuerdo. A él. ¿Daniel? Jorge. A ver si eres portero. Un aplauso, Jorge. Mira, sí van a ser las 5. Sebastián. Ay, vaya, por fin. Soy malísimo con los nombres. Eso, mira, qué bueno. No, ya, se me vio. Daniela, un aplauso a Daniela. ¿Tu nombre es? Naomi. Un aplauso a Naomi. ¿Y Daniel? Ay, mira, por fin otro nombre. Un aplauso a Daniel. Y de hecho sobró una más. ¿A quién mandamos playera? ¿Quién más se lo ganó? Pregunta, ¿todos están de acuerdo que se lo den a Marco? Estuvo aquí participando, la verdad es que sí participó mucho. ¿Sí? ¿Qué tiene Marco? Ah, dice que ya le dieron a Marco. Sí. También había uno allá sentado que participó mucho. ¿Alguien lo conoce? Ah, ese es Marco. Ah, sí, a él no le dieron. ¿Y alguien lo conoce? ¿Le damos a alguien que no está o le damos a alguien que sí está? Alguien que sí está ahí participó. ¿Quién más se lo merece? No, yo te juro que sí voy a conseguir, sí voy a conseguir. ¿A quién ustedes? ¿Quién más? ¿Quién más? Allá. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿David? ¿Le damos a David? Aplausos a David. Listo, David. Vamos a ver si el pitcher es bueno y el catcher también. Mira. Bravo, chicos. Muchísimas gracias. Oigan, tenemos más regalos. No se vayan, no se vayan. Esto es como un portacelular. Ahora sí que lo pones atrás. Te pones así. No sé cómo se llaman esas cosas. Eso. Así. ¿Y a quién se lo damos? Eso. A ver. ¿Está bien? Ah, ahí. 3. Esas 3 que levantar la mano. ¿Tu nombre? Danira. Un aplauso, Danira. ¿Tu nombre? ¿Cómo? Nuria. Un aplauso a Nuria. ¿Tu nombre? ¿Cómo? Alem. Un aplauso a Alem. Oye. Ok, no, en eso no soy bueno lanzando. Bien, un último regalo a quien se sepa los nombres de todos los que les dimos regalos. No, la verdad no tengo más regalos. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias. No sé si hay algo más que decirles. Si no, lo único que les pido es que, a ver, agarren rápido su celular. Todos con celular. ¿Sí? Bien. En Google, o en la parte de arriba, así, cuando lo ponen en su página como facebook.com, pongan thepopmovement.org en Google. Bueno, en la buscador donde pones THE popmovement.org. Y luego se van donde dice contactos. ¿Ya? A ver, levante la mano, ¿quién ya está ahí? Entonces, contactos, le dan clic ahí y llenan su información. ¿De una vez? ¿Ya? Sí, de una vez, porque sé que salen de aquí, se les olvidó porque tienen que pegar el examen. ¿Cuánto? Y mejor de una vez.
Antes de que se empiecen a retirar y terminen de registrarse, como siempre nosotros cuando terminamos un evento, lanzamos nuestro vuelo para que me ayuden a hacerlo, por favor.
Y también les vamos a enseñar algo. Cuando yo diga movimiento, ustedes tienen que gritar pop. Esto que quede grabado, ¿va? Si yo digo movimiento, tienen que decir pop. ¿Va? Ok. ¿Ya están todos listos? ¡Movimiento! No escuché, no, otra vez no. Tienen que ganarme, son muchos. Tengo un micrófono, pero son muchos. ¡Movimiento! 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 Bien. ¿Ya se registraron? Que levante la mano, ¿quién ya se registró?
Subject, ¿qué ponemos?
Acá. Ok, levante la mano, ¿quién no se ha registrado? Vamos. Y se ganaron un premio, ¿eh? ¿Quién de aquí tiene proyecto ambiental propio? ¿No? Si alguien que haya dicho, yo soy mi propio jefe y voy a hacer proyecto ambiental. ¿No? ¿De qué es? Hidroeléctrica. Bien, pues. Tú. Muy bien, muy bien. Nos puedes capacitar a todos para atenderlos. Puedes entrar, Bob. ¿Quién más? Ok, ¿quién de aquí trabaja en un proyecto ambiental? Voluntarios, social. ¿Tú? ¿Y cuál? Servicios sociales.
Paneles solares.
Paneles solares. Muy bien, puedes entrar en POP. ¿Quién de aquí no tiene proyecto ambiental? ¿No? Pueden entrar a POP porque allá hay proyectos ambientales y les vamos a capacitar para que creen su propio proyecto ambiental. ¿Y quién de aquí conoce a un expresidente de un otro país? Persona o en redes o así que hayas platicado en un Zoom. ¿No? Entran a POP Moment y van a poder conocer a la doctora Resilia Arteaga y así personas, celebridades de ese estilo. Fue la expresidenta de Ecuador. Entonces, hay muchísimos beneficios más si entran a POP.
Pues si ya terminamos, nos ponemos de pie a la cuenta de 3, vuelo. Que no se lo sepan, pues nomás le hacen así, ¿verdad? Y se lo van aprendiendo, pero ya me di cuenta que acá no se lo saben. Estaba en línea y se lo van a copiar. Bien, a la cuenta de 3. 1, 2, 3. ¡Vuelum! ¡Vuelum! Gloria, a la cachi, cachi, porra, la cachi, cachi, porra. ¡Pi, pom, porra! ¡Pi, pom, porra! Politécnico, Politécnico. Gloria. Muchas gracias. Y bueno, los esperamos. Yo me encuentro físicamente en el CIEMAD cuando estoy. Trabajo mucho, tengo proyectos de investigación y viajo mucho por la misma razón, pero me pueden encontrar en el CIEMAD, primer piso, cubículo 5, Patricia Muñoz de Villa, sus órdenes. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros y pueden ver la transmisión. Agradezco mucho a nuestros profesores traductores que han hecho un excelente trabajo. Muchas gracias, un aplauso a todo el equipo de traductores y esperemos que la próxima temporada tengamos mejor organización con ustedes para hacer un trabajo verdaderamente como se merece y como merece el reconocimiento para ustedes. Muchas gracias a ustedes, a su director Agustín. Silvia, también transmítame este mensaje, por favor. Muchas gracias. Mándeme.